Hello and welcome to Assassin's Creed Liberation, doing a high ground challenge. Hey there, Harbinger, welcome on in. You woke up early again. For some reason when you have motivation you don't feel tired when you wake up early. Oh, well that's good then. Yeah. Plus I guess there's probably other factors that could come into play as well depending on certain things. Alright, so in Assassin's Creed 3 I did a ranged challenge and I had basically had to restart the memory or a memory 3 times due to a challenge fail. So that same timer I'm now going to use for this game. So we're going to revert the count back to 0 because this is a new game and a different challenge. Oop. Better put 0. There we go. Alright, so we're starting the counter fresh for this game. Different challenge, different game. Alright. So this one's going to be a bit tricky. Because there's certain parts where it's impossible not to touch the ground. So instead of calling it a rooftop challenge, which wouldn't be 100% accurate because there's a lot of things that you can climb on top of that aren't rooftops and that kind of stuff. So I thought calling it a high ground challenge would be better because then it also means I can jump up on things that aren't rooftops and it still counts as being off the ground, you know. It's going to be tricky in the Bayou. That's why I'm sort of like, as I go through the game, I'll put the feelers out for how things are going and challenges and stuff. But that's the basic gist in those rules there. So Aveline can't touch the ground unless put there automatically. So sometimes the game will put you on the ground at the start of a memory or after doing a sequence. So obviously, when that happens, it's not against the challenge rules. But I have to get to, whatever is the closest high ground as possible. So that will depend on where they put me, because they might put me a fair distance away from anything that I can climb on top of. And the other thing is too, it has to be something that I can climb on top of and then climb across. So if, for example, I'm on the ground and there's a thing close to me to jump to, but then there's nothing else for quite a bit, then that doesn't count. I have to keep going till I find a suitable spot. So it'll be one of those sort of like challenges. It's very tricky to sort of like navigate because there'll be moments where I'll need to use the ground as much as possible. There'll be moments where there is nothing to jump on top of to be able to stay off the ground. So with the Bayou, like there's a lot of parts where you can't jump up onto vines and all that type of stuff. So what I decided to do is when we get to the Bayou part, I'm just going to have to play it by ear and see how it goes. And that's why I added the rule that when I'm in the Bayou, I can go into water. I know that's still low ground, but that's a compromise I have to make because out in the Bayou, it's all very tricky. It's like imagine trying to navigate through a maze that has another maze layered on top of it and another maze, and then you've got to try and figure out which parts you can step on, which parts you can't. That's how complicated the Bayou will be in terms of staying off the ground. So I'll just have to play it by ear with that part as well. Most likely I'll make a lot of exceptions in the Bayou. But when I can stay above ground in the Bayou and it is linked with trees and stuff like that and buildings, then I obviously have to stay off the ground. But if, for example, there's a large body of ground to cover in the Bayou and I have to cover it and some of it is walking on stuff, then that won't count. So that one will be a bit tricky. So when it comes to an objective, if there's an objective to meet a character, I have to try and land as close as possible to that character. If it's an object I have to interact with, I have to land as close as possible to that object. I can't land in a doorway and then run to the objective. You know, if there's nothing that I can jump from and down onto the ground to, and all that kind of stuff. Or if there's nothing to climb and move across. Or the game automatically puts Aveline in the lady outfit. When you're in the lady outfit, you can't climb. So that means that when the game forces me to go into the lady outfit, I can't climb, which doesn't count against the challenge rules. However, I can't just decide to change Aveline into the lady outfit and have her, you know, run around in that. I have to obviously do a compromise there. So I can't just be like, I'm going to get around having to be off the ground by just changing into the outfit on my own choice. So I made it that when the game automatically puts Aveline into the outfit, then all rules are off the table then, because I can actually go around the game map and get treasure chests that are on the ground and all that kind of stuff. But I can't change into it manually. Unless the game is saying you must change into it to do the next part. You know, so that's that with that rule. And yeah, missions in buildings don't count, obviously. And water in the bayou doesn't count, meaning I can jump in the water and land in the water. So the water in the bayou is kind of like a safe zone for these challenge rules. Hey there, Ryu. Welcome on in, dude. Welcome to the Obi-Wan challenge. Alright, so this was a test that I did to test some things for the challenge. Let's delete that and start a new game. Ryu, yep, or the Stevie Wonder Red Hot Chili Peppers challenge, since they did a song called Higher Ground. Really? I had no idea. That's interesting. Cool.
Connect with the past. Relive history. Using Abstergo's incredible research into genetic memory, Animus gives you the chance to game within the past. The product you have purchased allows you to access the memories of Aveline du Grandpré, an 18th century assassin caught between two worlds, fighting to find her true purpose. Make history yours. History is our playground. Animus.
Obviously, this part doesn't count against the challenge rules. Plus, Aveline can't climb in this flashback. Ryu, you're going well. You just posted some character ideas for a fighting game homage. I'm glad to hear that you're going well, Ryu. I'll check those out when I can.
Perfect for plantation work, monsieur. Look at this one. Hard-working, strong, healthy too. I told you to keep your place, Congo. As I was saying, monsieur, this one is strong as an ox. It's in good health, and all, not counting the missing toes.
Maman?
Oh, I got your view. Okay. Yeah, kicking the chicken. He's lucky that we don't have a hidden blade. Not just for the chicken either. He's lucky we don't have a hidden blade to kill his slavers supporting.
Maman! Pardon, madame.
You there! Bantling pest! I'll have you arrested!
Alright, so this is a tutorial. Aveline can't climb anything, so it doesn't count against the challenge rules.
Aveline? Ma chérie, you were shouting again. Was it the nightmare?
Oui. Only a dream. I'm sorry to have woken you.
Shh, ma chérie, shh. Never apologize. A mother worries, even a stepmother.
Thank you, Madeleine. Maman, do you worry too? Did you forget me? Or are you gone? In any case, the night has better uses than sleep.
That's how I feel about not going to bed. It's like, sleep can wait. But other things I want to do. Alright, so now we're on the rooftop. Need to get to the pigeon coop. So I'm not allowed to go off here and collect that treasure chest. If there's a treasure chest that's on a building, I'm allowed to grab it. But if it's on the ground level, I'm not allowed to grab it unless the game has forced Aveline to wear the lady outfit, which means that she won't be able to climb anyway, which means I can use that as an opportunity to go around and collect any treasure chests I want to collect. Alright, so this is where our objective is. Let us have a look at what I could possibly land on. Technically, I could actually land on this, because it's not on the ground. Alright, so I need to get as close as possible to this objective. Ryu, but you did think of posting them on the Discord, though you hope it's not too complex to explain. Actually, I should create a Mortal Kombat channel on the Discord, actually. I'll have to do that later. Ryu, when did this become Resident Evil? Yeah, it's pretty freaky, that dream that Aveline has with the snake coming out of the dude's mouth. Alright, so anytime there's like a green icon that is signifying that it's where my objective is, I have to make sure that I jump as close as possible to the ground near it.
We have uncovered news of a plantation from which slaves are vanishing. The owners reported their escape, but our network can find no trace of them. If you don your slave guise, perhaps you can investigate this mystery from within. A dressing chamber has been prepared for you in a strategic location. From the top of the cathedral, you will see it.
Alright, so the game has automatically put me on the ground. So when it's a situation like this, I have to get off the ground as soon as possible, not in terms of time, but in terms of something close by to actually jump to. So the game won't let me climb up here until I hit the ground there. Alright, so now that we're up here though, have to stay off the ground. Now this challenge might seem easy, because it's just make sure you don't touch the ground, right? Well, there's definitely a lot of points where it could go wrong, i.e. an enemy knocks me off a rooftop, for example, onto the ground. That counts against me. If there's a pressure situation with the time limit, I might accidentally jump the wrong way and then land on the ground. It makes you have to be more mindful at every single step. Imagine having to tiptoe everywhere for 5 minutes, for 5 hours. That's how mindful I need to be of where I'm moving the character. Because one wrong move can mean landing on the ground, which means restarting the memory. I hate when trying to set the category on Twitch how it has to think and load the actual category sometimes. It's like, fuck off. Shouldn't be that hard. There we go. The category that it made it was Assassin's Creed 3. This is the thing with the naming convention for this game. When it originally came out on the PlayStation Vita, it was called Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. Now, in terms of like the gameplay, it's definitely very much like Assassin's Creed 3. There's definitely some additional things that they add that aren't in Assassin's Creed 3. But for some, it might have implied that the game was a DLC, but it's not. So I don't know why people refer to this as a DLC sometimes, because it's not a DLC. It's actually a full game. It's just that the size of it is different because the PlayStation Vita couldn't hold as much information as a PlayStation 3. So this game is its own game, but they still call it Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. Whereas I just refer to it as Assassin's Creed Liberation, because it is a separate, different game to 3. It's just they named it Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation because they wanted people to know that it was part of that kind of style, if you will, that time period that AC3 covers as well. But also, they wanted to be able to have people. They wanted, you know, they wanted people to feel like, oh, I've got a PlayStation Vita. I'm buying Assassin's Creed 3. Maybe I need to buy this game as well. You know, so they would have used it as like a marketing kind of opportunity. Alrighty then, so we need to land as close as possible to that. I don't know if there's anything... Oh yeah, Aveline probably make this jump across here to the other roof. There we go. Alright, so I need to change into this, which means when I land on the ground, it doesn't count against the challenge rules. Because I'm as close as possible to the objective. Whenever there's a green icon, that means it's an objective spot. Hey there, Amateur Tech. Thank you so much for the raid. So we need to go to the slave persona.
A delivery will arrive at the plantation. A perfect cover. Hide in a wagon and follow the cart to discover the location without being seen.
Alright, so the game has left us on the ground, so I'm allowed to be on the ground until I can actually climb up on something. There we go. How's things going, Amateur Tech? I'm just starting this playthrough with a high ground challenge, which is going to be interesting, especially in the Bayou. But it'll be a bit of trial and error in the Bayou section. Because while there's trees and stuff you can climb on, sometimes there's no path that connects cleanly from a tree to like a piece of ground and stuff. So I'll have to make a few compromises in the Bayou. Ah! Bloody hell. Well, there we go. First memory, first rule fail. Got too close to the edge. Alright, so changing the slave persona. Alright, so I need to climb up here. Amateur check, good. You just finished the progress in Tomb Raider 2. You got stuck once again, but in Opera House. Oh, so you changed your name, Death. Oh, I gotcha. Well, that's no worries. Amateur Tech, cool. So you finished some progress in Tomb Raider 2. You got stuck once again, but in Opera House. You changed the name. Damn, that Opera House, like, that takes a while for me to do. Because there's so many intricate sort of like aspects to it. There's a chest there. Alright, so let's grab this. Drop. Or just, you know, don't hang off, just drop. Alright, so we can touch the ground because we're close as possible to the objective.
A delivery will arrive at the plantation. A perfect cover. Hide in a wagon and follow the cart to discover the location without being seen.
Alright, let's try this again. So I've got to be very careful when on edges of buildings. It's very easy to just fall off. Amateur tech? Right, everything in that theatre is trying to kill you, apparently even the stage. That's it. There's nowhere safe in the Opera House there in Tomb Raider 2. And the enemies are very annoying, I find, in Tomb Raider 2 as well. Because they can shoot at you from a distance that's unfair, especially when you're in water and you're climbing up out of the water. So they can get so many shots on you before you even get a chance to actually shoot back, because you can't shoot while you're in the water. So they get a lot of free shots on you. And with detecting Nod's head, you notice just that. You shouting, "Aim, Lara, aim!" It's like, what are you doing? But they're crafty too, because sometimes they can shoot through some walls as well, which I think is really, really bullshit. Alright, so I need to jump as close as possible to the objective marker.
Au moins, elle reste en forme.
There we go. Now, for this one, there's a fence that I can jump to, but it doesn't provide enough distance to make it to the next fence. So this doesn't count against the challenge rule. To go on a bit of ground to get to a different spot. Alright, it desynchronized me. Even though I got into the haystack when there was still time, the game didn't count it straight away as getting in there. Alright, so since there's no way to get to the haystack without touching the ground, I need to go here and then use it to jump into it. Alright, so the game automatically puts me here, so I need to get to something that I can climb as close as possible, so here we go. Alright, so there we go.
Who are you? How did you get past the guards? We have plenty of trouble here already. Don't need no more.
I'm Aveline, a friend. Slaves have been reported escaped, but none has yet reached any safe house. My contacts fear the worst.
If you're a spy, Aveline, you won't find no cause for persecution here. My brothers have vanished, then my aunt. Today my youngest sister, Therese. They ain't escaped, as you say. They're taken. Besides, Therese would never survive on her own.
I'll find her. If any have trodden through these fields, they must have left tracks.
Alright, so the game put me on the ground automatically. So I need to get to the closest thing that I can. Amateur Tech, your biggest gripe with Tomb Raider 2 has to be the animation speed of her climbing. It's so infuriating. You've also found there is certain movement that are temporarily locked in a way so that you can't grab ledges that you should be able to. Yeah, that's the thing too, like, with a game like that, the way that they design certain things is obviously with the mindset that they had back then in the late 90s, where they wanted to have only very, very, very specific things that you could grab onto and climb onto and all that kind of stuff, just to make things, you know, so much more kind of like time consuming to figure out as well and navigate through. Plus, it's not until Tomb Raider 3 that they let Lara have the ability to even like crouch and stuff. And then it's not until Tomb Raider The Last Revelation where they let you shimmy around corners of edges. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground because this is where the objective is. Amateur Check, you sure hope your frustration is entertaining in the very least. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too with games that are frustrating because, you know, some will be there for you and they'll still watch, but then there's some people who don't like to see people fail in games and just leave, which is understandable, but yeah. The best advice I can give is just, you know, keep at it, and you know, those who don't like that sort of gameplay, you can't really help it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So if people don't find it entertaining, then you know, that's okay, because you know, there's not going to be like there's going to be some stuff that people, you know, will find entertaining versus not, and stuff like that. And you know, some people like to stick around when someone's trying to get through something, but they keep on, you know, messing up or something, because they want to see you succeed and get through it, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I'm the type of person that if I'm watching someone stream a game and they're having difficulty getting through a section, I like to stay watching because I want to see them get through it, you know. And I you know, it's like cheering from the sideline kind of thing, where it's like, you can do it, you know, sort of thing, because that's how I am. Like I'm very much like, need to get this done. Doesn't matter how many times I fuck up, I'm going to keep on going till I get it done, kind of thing. And if I don't feel like getting it done in one stream, I'll just, you know, stop the stream and take a break and then, you know, leave it to the next stream or something like that. But yeah, I wouldn't worry too much, amateur, about, you know, whether or not your frustration at those games is entertaining or not. You know, as long as you are enjoying the games as much as you can and, you know, trying to get through them, because there's a lot of, you know, tricky parts in those old school Tomb Raider games, especially.
Don't be afraid, Therese. I'm a friend. Who did this? Your master?
No. This son. Oh, please help.
Be strong. I'll get you to safety.
You'll pay for this. Guards! Hurry! We've got rats in the barn.
This nightmare! I can't take no more!
His terror is over, Therese. Stay with me. We must hurry.
Alright, so obviously, Aveline's inside a building. And being inside buildings and being on the ground doesn't count against the challenge rules. Amateur, I suppose you're living up to the name, lol. Thanks for the encouragement. Oh, that's okay, dude. For sure. You know, because it's just tricky. You know, because not all games... And there's definitely a difference between what some people see being done in a game versus how it actually is playing the game. You know what I mean? Like, something can look simple to someone who hasn't played the game before, but it might not be that simple as it looks as well. So I think that's something that people need to factor in when they're observing someone play a game, is sometimes there's things that look easy, but the way that the game wants you to do things doesn't make it as easy as it looks. Hey there, Brutus. Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good weekend. Things are going good, Brutus. Having a good one? Amateur and played nearly the entire series, first time seeing this game. Yeah, this game came out on the PS Vita originally, and then for Xbox 360 and PS3 they did like a HD version, and then when the remaster of Assassin's Creed 3 came out in 2018, they also did a remaster of this and bundled it together. And that was when I first played it, was when it was bundled together with Assassin's Creed 3 Remaster. And after playing it, I was like, this is a good game. I really like it. So I actually added it to my annual playthrough series.
Aveline, my daughter, wandering alone at dawn. Where have you been?
After the nightmare, I went to take air. Dear stepmother, I'm grown now. You needn't worry for my safety.
You underestimate the dangers of the world. If not to your safety, then to your reputation. Why must you be so headstrong? I wish you would...
In truth, Madeleine, I'm in need of your assistance. I'm afraid it's urgent.
What now?
While walking, I was startled by cries of distress. Following them, I discovered a woman, a slave, badly wounded.
Where is she? I will send help.
She awaits in a wagon, outside, in the street.
Aveline!
Don't be cross. I knew you'd know the thing to do. I couldn't risk leaving her to perish, or worse.
Or worse! You have already sentenced her to persecution by your very impulsiveness. Very well. I will not turn my back now, not that you have left me much choice. I will see that she is treated in utmost discretion.
Thank you, Madeleine.
In the meantime, hurry to town and fetch her new traveling clothes. Go quickly. We have no time to lose.
Alright, so in the lady outfit, Aveline cannot climb. So when the game forces the lady outfit, it means that I can go and run on the ground and also collect chests that are on the ground as well. Like Aveline in the lady outfit can actually climb some things, but it's more when you're near water. But she can't climb up out of the water. Can't climb over the railing here or anything like that.
Enchanté de vous revoir.
So I'm going to take this opportunity to loot some treasure chests that are on the ground. Amateur if you're comfortable, how would you rate the story out of 10? Let's see. I'm not really good at assigning numbers to a game or aspects of it. I mean, only in an extreme way. For example, if I really hated a game, I might give it 0. But if I really loved a game, I might give it 10. But it's the in-between numbers that I just can't really decide. But what I will say about this story, though, is that they do a good job of creating a little bit of a mystery as to what's going on. And there's certain aspects to the story that are kind of like a bit meta in a way as well. And so they did a pretty good job with doing that. And the setting is close to Connor's setting in Assassin's Creed 3. In fact, when this game originally came out, and it still is titled this way, when it originally came out, it was called Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation. But it well and truly is a game on its own, though. It's not a DLC content, because it didn't come out on the Xbox 360 or the PS3 as like a DLC content for Assassin's Creed 3. It only came out on the Vita at that stage. And so it was its own game in full, but they still called it Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation instead of just Assassin's Creed Liberation. But that's what I like to call it. I don't like to call it Assassin's Creed 3 Liberation because I feel that in some ways it kind of ties it unfairly to AC3 in the sense of people are like, oh, it's probably just a DLC, and then not worry about it.
Where did you get the knife?
But yeah, the story is interesting. It's got a lot of mystery to it, and the actual gameplay is very close to Assassin's Creed 3, but it also incorporates some stuff from the Ezio games as well. So it's a little bit of a combination of those. Oops. Great, fell in the water. This is a good opportunity to show that the lady outfit can't even climb up out of the water. Unless it's only on a certain spot. Looting chests, not very ladylike. It's funny how they don't say anything if they see you loot. Especially in this persona. But yeah, looks like I'm going to have to just reload a checkpoint, because there's no way for me to climb out of the water when Aveline's in the lady outfit. Alright.
Enchanté de vous revoir.
They're very generous with the money you get in the chests in this game. However, it's deceptive, because when it comes to actually buying things, there's a lot of things that are very expensive. Some of the stuff is stuff that you don't need to worry about. Then there's stuff that you only need to worry about if you want to change to more powerful weapons. Because there's a lot of weapons in this game that are really, really expensive. But if you just want to have enough money to refill your like smoke bombs and all that kind of stuff, and you're not too worried about having like the strongest weapon in the game, then the money that they give you in the chests is definitely going to see you through if you're just wanting to get your refills. Like, calm down, that wasn't that hard, jeez. Aveline slightly bumps the dude. It's like, calm down. You only got slightly bumped. It's not like she elbowed you in the eye or anything. Alright, so that's just that part. The other thing with this challenge is that I can't just decide to change into this outfit unless the game is like, hey, we want you to change Aveline from the slave persona or the assassin outfit into the lady outfit. But outside of that stuff, I'm not allowed to just go, hey, I'm going to switch into the lady outfit for Aveline and then go and get collectibles. Only when the game forces it am I allowed to actually have Aveline wear the lady outfit. And by extension, allowed to actually roam around on the ground level, collecting treasure chests and stuff.
Se promener toute seule dans ce quartier n'est pas une bonne idée.
Well, well, you sure ain't no Harridan.
Alright, the question is, where's some treasure chests that are actually accessible? Alright, so this one is on
Where did you get the nice
this level.
hat?
So that was 1,500 in that chest. Amateur Tech, as you've never played Syndicate, a female assassin is intriguing. You wonder how well they wrote her character, especially in what seemed to be a chaotic time around AC3 with Rogue, Forsaken, all the DLCs and Black Flag so closely following. Yeah, I mean, whenever they do marketing and they show any female characters in the series, they always show Cassandra from Odyssey. From a perspective of Odyssey being a game that sold a lot of money, like made a lot of money, whenever they do marketing for the series, of course, you know, they want to showcase her when it comes to the female characters. But the only time when Ubisoft actually honors the other female characters that they've had in the series is like posts on Twitter or something. You know, you have a character like Xiao Jun, for example, where she was first introduced in Assassin's Creed Embers, which was a short animated movie, where she went to Italy and she wanted to meet Ezio, who by that point was in his 60s, and it's set after Assassin's Creed Revelations. Then in Assassin's Creed 3, she gets mentioned by Achilles when Achilles gives Connor the rope dart, because Xiao Jun used a rope dart. And in Assassin's Creed Chronicles China, you play as Xiao Jun for the whole game. All that stuff is canon. However, she's been in a lot of books and comics that aren't canon. So whenever they want to do a game set in China, in a time period where she exists, they choose to ignore her, only if it's a non-canon book. So for example, in the case, if they were to do another game set in China, if they had set it in a time period where she's still alive, they probably would never mention her at all. And so Xiao Jun is one of those underrated and underutilized female characters in the series. Aveline's another one as well. Aside from this game, she did appear in a DLC content that was for Black Flag, but after that, nothing. And then you have characters who could have been given a game, but they haven't, that were female. Ezio's sister Claudia. Because she became an assassin in Assassin's Creed Brotherhood, it then means that from that point on in her life, they could have easily done a game that covered her story. And maybe even have some little bits and pieces that sort of, show what things were like from her perspective, losing her father and losing her brothers as well. And actually having us, play as her for the whole game, and even have it so far as, Ezio being in Constantinople, and have her at certain points receive letters from him, but also have her, doing things on her own, so that the letters that she receives from Ezio would be more like intermission aspects, kind of like Altair in Assassin's Creed Assassin's Creed Bloodlines, writing the codex pages that we see Ezio collect in Assassin's Creed 2. Every so often they show him writing those things. And then you get like characters like Mary Reed in Assassin's Creed Black Flag, like having a game where we played as her. That would have been good.
Lexington and Boston was
And you've also got Evie, of course, in Syndicate. But you've also got Elise in Unity. And that would be interesting, actually, doing an Elise game. So you got that as well. And then you've got Evie, could have been given another game at least. Because the thing about Syndicate is there is definitely a lot of room. Because Evie and Jacob are assassins who live a very long life as well. So there's those characters, and then you've got Arminette in Origins as well. They could have given her own game with the follow-up to Origins, So there's all these female characters that existed way before Cassandra did, but none of them really get much recognition anymore by Ubisoft. Unless, as I say, they're doing a post on Facebook or Twitter about, Xiao Jun celebrating her birthday. Like if she was a real person, this is what her birthday would be. Happy birthday to Xiao Jun, and that's all they do. It's just basically like, referencing really. But yeah, in all the marketing, they're always like, the only female character that's important is Cassandra. No other female character in the series that existed is actually important. I think that's, a lazy way of using characters too, because you've got so many other female characters that have existed in the series that, either only got a small game or they got like a DLC content, but they never got like a full big game on their own or anything like that. So there's a lot of missed opportunities like that. But with Aveline as a character, the way that she's written, she's someone that was recruited into the Assassins. Her mother went missing when she was a child. Her father ended up marrying Madeline, so she became Aveline's stepmother. And of course, Aveline likes to keep hidden the fact that she's an assassin. So her stepmother and all that isn't privy to that. Having said that, though, obviously there's spoilers to this game that, spoil certain characters' perspectives and things like that. But to put it in non-spoiler descriptions, that's the basics of what's going on with Aveline's character. But you've also got the idea that she is living a double life, more than just that she's an assassin, but she's someone who is the daughter of parents who split. And the thing about the way that Aveline is brought up, she's got the privilege of having to not worry about where her next meal's coming from and all that kind of stuff. But she's also got that aspect where she really, really wants to fight to help the slaves and help them be freed as well. Amateur Tech, your understanding was in Assassin's Creed Origins, Bayek was meant to die partway into the story and have his wife take over. You think as a story element it would have been better, but you're glad he got to stick around. Yeah, that's the thing. It would have been interesting if they did that. And if they did do that and I didn't know otherwise, then I would still think that was an understandable thing, you know. The thing after that game is that Odyssey tries to tie itself to her, and it's just sloppy the way that they did it. But in any case, if they gave Almanet a full game after Origins and have Bayek be in the story, but you only play as him, you know, maybe once or twice. That way it would balance things out between Origins and whatever the next game could have been if Almanet was the main character. But there's a lot of story that they could have told because, you know, it would have covered more about the origins of the Hidden Ones. And I really feel that's a big missed opportunity that we unfortunately got Odyssey to ruin that potential. And they're never going to go back to that. We'll never see a game where it's just Almanet on her own. If they do, it'll be a story where she has to get saved all the time by Cassandra. Or it'll be like, you know, the only reason she succeeds is because Cassandra behind the scenes was doing something. But these are the things that they'll never do. You know, we'll never get an Aveline game again. We'll never get a Xiaojun game again. We'll never get an Eevee game again. We'll never get an Almanet game again. You know, and if we ever do, they'll be like small roles that they have in the story. Or things like that. And I just feel it's a big missed opportunity to not give those female characters more exposure.
Bonjour, madame.
Okay, so I think I just want to try for one more treasure chest that's on ground level in this outfit, and then that should give me enough money to deal with refilling smoke bombs and all that kind of stuff. That one had 3,000 in it. Alright, let's go to the objective. Alright, so Aveline needs to buy travelling clothes. This is a good opportunity just to show how much some stuff can cost. So, a small cartridge pouch to increase how much ammo you can carry for your pistol is 1,500. That's why I was saying earlier that having a lot of money in the chest that you get in this game doesn't equate to being able to have heaps of money just by getting those alone and being able to afford everything that you might want to buy. Alright, so traveling clothes. Just want to reset that. There we go.
Aveline, late to lunch and looking ashen again. I fear you are not resting enough.
Oh, Papa. I'll take my rest when this life is exhausted.
You will hasten that end at this rate. I do fear you are more like your father than is fit for a lady. A chip of the same block. In passing, Monsieur Blanc requests your assistance at the warehouse. I dare say he has work to offer.
Is that all he has to offer? I should think for all his attention, he would request your hand.
All the same, it's the work that interests me.
Philippe.
Oh, dear me. By the turn of this conversation, it would appear I have lingered too long at this table. If you'll excuse me.
Good day, Papa.
There, he is gone. I can tell you now, Aveline. I have taken care of everything. Your friend will be safe. If you have any more womanly problems, do not hesitate to see me.
All right, sequence 1. Since the disappearance of her mother, Aveline has been raised by Madeline Delisle. With the realization that they shared similar views on slavery, the bond between the two women grows stronger. Alright, so the game has still put us in the lady outfit, so we're still allowed to walk on the ground, because she can't climb things when wearing the dress.
Second time this month. Customer relations are strained enough without shipments disappearing.
Your frustration is understandable, monsieur. In your position, I should demand a full investigation. Please, let me look into it. I will go talk to Monsieur de Saint-Maxent at once.
Most grateful, Monsieur Blanc. At least I know I can always rely on you.
Alright, so we have to tail Gerard. And being in the lady outfit, we can't climb stuff. So this doesn't count against the challenge rules.
Oh, bonjour.
My boy, the cargo is stolen from this very ship. I have no more means of retrieving it than you do.
Oui, monsieur. That is indeed troubling. Well, what would you suggest, then?
I know this much. The devil had that gall to impersonate my dress and my signature. Can you imagine?
No, monsieur. Imagination has never been my, strong suit. If it's not too much trouble, may I look at your books?
My books? I'd interrogate the captain. If this crew takes bribes, I'd wager he's no less corruptible.
Alright, so we need to bribe the ship's guards. So again, we can't climb when Aveline's wearing this outfit, so it doesn't count against the challenge rules.
I will drink well with this.
Are you the captain of this ship?
Si. Capitan Carlos Dominguez, at your service.
May we speak in private, Capitan?
Who am I to refuse such a comely creature? Come.
Happened to that voice sounds familiar. Yes, this is Marcel Gianin playing this character. He also plays Aveline's father in this as well, and they're his other roles in the series.
Would you be so kind as to tell me what happened with Monsieur de Saint-Maxent's shipment?
Why would you want to know? Bah! Don't you worry, my little Angel. The cargo found its way to the intended recipient. Let me pour you a cup. I dare you to tell me this isn't the best Madeira wine that ever graced your heavenly lips.
If you insist, Capitan.
I do. You will not find a better vintage in all of the New World.
I'm intrigued. Truly.
His reaction there. He's like, was I
They hid
dreaming?
the goods in 2 warehouses.
Hey there, Afro. How's things going? Ah, yes, Capitan. Follow me. Yes. Get over here.
Je me demande d'où elle sort tout son argent. Je me demande si...
My, it must be my birthday or something.
That's right, Afro, yeah. Yeah, Aveline can't climb things when she's wearing the lady outfit. She can still fight though, of course, but she doesn't have all the weapons and things that she has otherwise.
Bonjour.
My, it must be my birthday.
Hey there, Busted. Other characters' talk made you realize that we need a game fully about Templar protagonist and not the one who turns into assassin. Yeah. Yeah, I always felt that Assassin's Creed Rogue should have been an adaptation of the novel Forsaken. Because in that novel, it covers more of Haytham's life than we see in AC3. And even in Rogue as well. I would have preferred that. Because it's taking an already established character and giving players who don't read the books the opportunity to experience what Haytham went through that gets chronicled in that book and stuff like that. I would have liked that. But yeah, having a game where you play as a Templar through and through for the whole game, that definitely would be good too as well. But I'd rather they not use it as an opportunity to kill off assassin characters that didn't deserve to be killed off at Awali. Like they did in a certain game in the series.
I am terribly grateful for your assistance, Mademoiselle de Grandpré. But how did you ever... Never mind. Just please, tell your father to expect a considerable discount for his trouble.
Afro, a Templar game can only work when they were actual knights back in the 14th century, gameplay-wise it is. Haytham is pretty much an assassin, he plays like one. Ain't nothing Templar about him. Yeah, I guess the thing is though, would people even play an Assassin's Creed game that didn't have climbing mechanics in it though? Because I assume that's one of the things that you are including in the whole idea of they play like an assassin.
Bonjour, très cher.
Like, maybe not so much take climbing completely out of the game, but do it in a way where the only climbing that can be done is what you would see in a Tomb Raider game, if there's a ladder or there's, you know, some other structure. Thanks for redeeming the movie scene impression, Harbinger. After you mean they can do it like Unity Prologue. Yeah. But yeah, you'd have to, like, if you want to make the Templar feel distinct from how an assassin controls, you'd have to change how the Templar is controlled. Okay, so I've got a scene from an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie to do. John, how's your arm, John? Come over and find out. No thanks. I think I'll take a pass. John, stick your head out. One shot, right between the eyes. I'll make it quick, just for old time's sake. Bennett, stop screwing around and let the girl go. It's me that you want. I only have one arm. You can beat me. Come on, Bennett. Throw away the chicken shit gun. You don't just want to pull the trigger. You want to put the knife in me and look me in the eye and see what's going on in there when you turn it. That's what you want to do, right? I can kill you, John. Come on, let the girl go. Just between you and me. Don't deprive yourself of some pleasure. Come on, Bennett. Let's party. I can beat you. I don't need the girl. I don't need the girl. I don't need the gun, John. I can beat you. I don't need no gun. And I'll kill you now. So that's from Commando. What's funny is it's an Australian actor who actually plays Bennett. Afro, like when you jump out the window chasing the assassin. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to make a game where you play as a Templar and not have it feel like you're playing as an assassin, like you are with Haytham, then they'd have to do some things to the gameplay to make it different. Even though in the prologue for Unity, they do make it different in the sense that, you know, he's dressed not wearing anything, although Haytham doesn't wear an assassin outfit. But yeah, that part in Unity, he still does parkour the same way that Arno, an assassin, does. So if you keep things like that, then that means that you'd have to keep the parkour. Hubs, I don't think you could play an AC game without parkour. Yeah. Even when it's really basic nowadays in the series. But yeah, I mean, there's definitely things that you could do to make it feel different than controlling an assassin. But yeah, maybe have it be the character doesn't actually have the skills yet because they're being trained in how to do that. Like a perfect thing for that would be having a character that is being trained to be able to take on an assassin and actually have it where you have the character learn to do those moves. I don't know. Afro, it's Arno's birthday today. Is it? Arno's birthday. Well, he'd be a fair age now, if he was a real person, that is.
You may put your mind at ease, monsieur. The cargo will be delivered on time.
I dare say thanks are owed to Saint Nicolas.
Or perhaps a guardian angel, monsieur.
Ah, Aveline. I'm sure it is not your old father's company that draws you here. I will leave you both to your private business.
Aveline, the documents you found aboard the Rat Captain's ship. I recognize the name. Rafael Joaquin de Ferrer, a known enemy. I don't know what his business is here, but we can be sure it's more than a simple larceny.
How can I help?
One of Agate's servant contacts tells us that he will attend a social soiree at the governor's mansion this evening.
I'll have my best dress ready. Or my worst. Fear not, Gerald. I'll uncover his true purpose.
In the meantime, may I suggest that you, familiarize yourself with the governor's mansion? Perhaps discover a discreet way to enter?
Don't worry, Gerald. I will prepare well.
One more thing. There is a small house for sale near the governor's mansion. It would be ideal for a dressing chamber. If you wouldn't mind buying it.
Your wish is my command, Monsieur Blanc.
Alright, so the game still has Aveline wearing the dress, which means that she can't climb, which means the challenge rules still don't apply.
Oh, bonjour. Bonjour, madame.
Salutations.
The different outfit system is something that I have wanted to return in future games. Not as a constant thing in every game, but just as another one-off game where your character can change into outfits like this. Alright, so now the game wants us to change into Aveline's slave persona outfit. This is a good opportunity just to go over the pros and cons of each thing. Alright, so just to prove that Aveline can't climb while wearing the lady dress, the lady persona can't jump, climb, or sprint. The assassin persona can climb freely, and the slave persona can run freely as well. The lady persona is weak in combat, has limited access to weapons and tools. You can only use the chain kill ability when she's wearing the assassin outfit. And obviously you have all the tools and weapons available to you. Whereas the slave persona has limited access to weapons and tools. Alright, so now the game puts us on the ground automatically. I just need to climb up on the closest thing. There we go. Alright, so now I need to go over to the objective without touching the ground.
Your flagrant display does not impress me.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I overcompensated because... I thought Aveline wasn't going to grab as she fell, and so I pressed the button that you press to grab as you fall, which is the same button that you press to do like a jump on top of a character.
Salutations. Ah, bien. Bonjour.
Afro, when does Connor show up in this game? So he shows up later in one memory. And then you can redo that memory as him. But only after you've done the memory first as Aveline. Oh, come on, game. She couldn't... What? Ah. Bullshit couldn't grab to that.
You may put your mind at...
Oh, bonjour. Eh bien...
Jeez, NPC, calm down. Fucking hell. Aveline accidentally bumps into them and they act like she's stabbed them with a sword and then cut their legs off or something. I did it again. Fuck me dead. But this time I actually held down the button to grab as I fell, thinking that that would make it so that Aveline would grab and not fall.
You may put your mind at ease.
This is where simple things that don't matter in other playthroughs start to matter a lot. And then it starts to be like balancing on top of something that is as small as a needle. And any wrong move can mean memory restart.
Le maître a dû la faire boire.
Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground when I'm as close as possible to an objective.
Elle a perdu la tête. Tu as perdu la tête.
Remember, we need these goods delivered to the south entrance just after sunset. Here, this will grant you access to the kitchen.
Oh, what? I held down the parkour free run button. That means when you're holding the button down and you run at something, Aveline jumps off of it, not jumps down from it. Like I was holding the buttons needed to do this, and it didn't do that. So I'm not going to count that one, because that's the game not doing things right. So this is the bullshit that can happen when you're doing challenge playthroughs with games. You do the right thing, but the game decides to not have the character do it. So I've done nothing different, right? I'm not doing anything different, And how many times now is the character jumping from one spot to the next? Like literally, if you want the character to run and jump to something that they can make the jump for, you just hold down the friggin' bloody run button and it automatically does it. So the fact that I was holding down the same button and Aveline dropped down off of something instead of jumping across it means I'm not going to count that. Whenever the game fucks me over out of my control, doesn't count against the challenge rules. Alright, so we need to steal the key from him, which we can't steal Afro parkour down. Well, that's not even a thing in this game, as in a specific button. If you want to parkour down something, you need to go over the edge of it and then hold the button and then drop and then grab as you drop. Whereas in Assassin's Creed Unity and onwards, you can actually hold down the button and the character will go down each part of the actual thing. Whereas in this game, you just have to hold down one button and have the character actually do a jump. So yeah, I'm not counting that. Alright, so we need to be on the ground to loot this guy anyway. There's no possible way I can steal from him without actually being near him. Alright, until I loot this guy, challenge rules don't apply. Fuck it. Okay, so we can't kill the arsehole and then steal the key from you. Okay, whatever game. Alright, steal the key. So until I steal the key, challenge rules don't apply. There we go. Alright. Enter the mansion dressed in the lady or slave guise. Okay, we're going to stay in this guise. Alright, so now I need to climb up. Alright. Now I've got to get to that objective marker without touching the ground. Alright, this is as close as it's going to let me get, so we can drop to the ground to interact with it. Alright, challenge rules don't apply when inside buildings.
With the Spanish under our spell, the company man will at last have the power to fulfill our true purpose. And if you provide us the labor, we'll ensure the errors of Santo Domingo are not repeated here.
I will do all I can to smooth the handover of the colony, and your mission will have all the workers it needs, provided you make good on your promise. Labor is in tight supply as it is, and I must remain in power as governor. Were our arrangement ever detected...
My, Governor. I fear the air of conspiracy has gone to your head. We'll make good on our promise, so long as your end of the bargain is kept.
Everything is under control. You can count on me.
Bueno. Then I shall await to indulge in your delightful soirée. Tonight, I drink to the death of the Brotherhood.
Why?
You would sacrifice the good of the colony to a Templar conspiracy, Gouverneur. I should ask you why.
The Order is the future. The Templars will keep our colony French.
The Templars will keep the colony Templar. Why does the Ferrer want workers? Tell me his plans and redeem yourself.
I know nothing of his plans. I was to send him slaves and vagrants. The ones most likely to rise up against...
Against those who would oppose oppression and claim the life that is owed them. Rest in peace, Gouverneur.
Le gouverneur est mort! Aux armes! Aux armes!
Governor is dead. Escape the zone and become anonymous. Hey there, Adrian. Bonjour. Welcome. Alright, so the game's automatically put me on the ground here. So I need to get up on something that's as close as possible. Adrian, you tend to stick to the assassin persona just because of the looks. That's understandable too. It makes it a bit more challenging as well because the enemies are quicker to notice you. Adrian, Aloy's outfits in Horizon Zero Dawn are somewhat similar to Aveline's robes, are they? Cool. I like how you can have Evie wear Aveline's outfit in Syndicate. Brutus, you loved Horizon Zero Dawn, such a cool story. Yeah. Yeah, that is a game that's on my list to get to. I already know the big twist at the end, but I still want to play it though. Because obviously I don't know every single step of the story from start to finish. Adrian, pretty annoying there are no collectible maps in this. Fun fact, the canoes in this actually have invisible alligators under them and that's how they move. Really? Invisible alligators? Damn. Yeah, it is annoying in this game that there's no collectible maps. Alright, so the game will not let me climb up over spiked fences. So let's just test something here. No, so it won't let me grab. So I can't climb on the outside of that. Adrian, Zero Dawn had a bunch of foreshadowing for Forbidden West through dialogue and documents. Yeah. Yeah, it's cool when they do that in games. And then they do a sequel that addresses that stuff. Alright, so this is one of those moments where the game wants me to go somewhere, but I can't get to there without touching the ground. So the challenge rules won't apply.
Stop now!
2 years have passed since Aveline disposed of Governor d'Abadi. During that time, she found no trace of the man called de Ferrer. Yet his plans continue to threaten New Orleans' population. Adrian, probably the most you've ever encountered in a big budget game like that. They usually just focus on then and now, which is understandable with such high budgets and risks. That's true, yeah. Those memory notes were not in the Vita version. Guess they realized the story was a bit fragmented. Oh, really? Yeah, I never played the Vita version, so I didn't know. Alright, so the Bayou is where it's going to be tricky with this challenge.
My student. The hornet's nest grows. I retreat to safety, the better to observe and strike. I require your assistance. Use your gifts to follow my trail. May the Loa guide you swiftly.
Yeah, Adrian, same actor. Alright, so the Bayou is going to be tricky because there's intricate paths. So for example, I need to get over to that objective marker, but there's no way to get to that branch without touching the ground. So if I touch the ground and then go on the branch here, that doesn't mean that there's going to be ground for me to jump to actually get to the objective marker. So, to get to this marker, the challenge rules don't apply. Alright, so we're not close enough to that to investigate, so I need to go over to it so the challenge rules don't count. Alright, so now we have some spots where I can use trees. But not all the way. Because where I need to get to is a path that I can't get to without touching the ground. Which is over that way. So the challenge rules don't apply. Adrian, before the game came out, you assumed Agate was a woman, did you? I see. Yeah, I didn't really think much when I first encountered the character like that. Alright, so we can go on this tree-like thing here. Oh, it really is, Adrian. Yeah. Plus the music that they use too as well. Really helps with that. Alright, so there's no way for me to get to that spot without touching the ground. So the challenge rules don't apply for this part. Alright, so now there's a tree to jump to. Adrian, and no Ezio's Family remix. Good. Yeah, that's a good point. I don't have a version of that in this. This is before they started milking that track. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind it being reused. Except in Rogue. Because Shay's a character that doesn't deserve to have a version of the Ezio theme applied to him. Alright, so I need to get to him. So these hill parts, I'm not actually going to count them as ground. Alright, so I need to get as close to him as possible. There we go. Adrian, you'd think the Rogue theme would transition from AC4 theme to AC3 theme, but no, AC2 theme, then original theme, then AC3 theme. Okay, yeah.
Agate, you wrote of the enemy?
Yes. Deep in the Bayou, a dangerous imposter spreads real roots. He calls himself Francois Macandal, my own mentor. The leader, the priest, the brother, to whose cause I devoted my life. He was put to death by fire. I failed to prevent it. Who is this imposter, and what are his affiliations? This you will need to uncover. But first, preparations. Francois Macandal was an expert in poisons. This blowpipe was his.
A fine weapon.
A single dart blown from a distance will fell a man. You may use this to your advantage, if you approach in stealth.
Fast poisoning. Obviously, because we were put on the ground here, it doesn't count against the challenge rules. Alright, climb the nearby tree. Yeah, Adrian, poison some dummies. Alright. So we need to get to Agate. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground. There we go. Now that we've gotten to the structure. Adrian, remember you could loot AC2 dummies and you would get keys ×1. No one quite knows what that was all about. If you had to guess, maybe the rooms with codex pages would have needed keys to open, maybe? That definitely makes sense as to why they would have keys. Like, if that was what you needed to use the keys on.
The false Macandal gathers followers. They attempt to overtake smuggling operations on the Bayou. To finance what, I cannot say. There is a smuggler, a woman named Elise Lafleur. She knows every bog and tangle of the swamp. Perhaps she could be persuaded to help.
I'm sure I can motivate her.
Good. When you get to Macandal, use your darts to approach. But remember, you will need to complete your mission using more direct means.
More direct means. Alright, go to the smuggler's hideout. Smuggler. Smuggle. Alright, so go in the haystack here. And if I jump to this tree, but then there's no way to climb down from it from the other side, I don't think. So let's see if we can make the jump to down there. Good. So with this challenge and the Bayou, it's sort of like a feel as I go through kind of situation. Because there's certain points where the ability to traverse across trees without touching the ground stops. Like here, for example. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground to this part here, and here. Adrian, curious they use yellow mission markers in these versions of AC3 and Liberation. You preferred the original icons. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes why they make those sorts of changes, especially if they only do it once and then never again. Alright, I'm going to create another exception for this part here. So I'm allowed to touch the ground. Alright, we can get to here. Alright, so the game's not letting me jump to that. Not that it can lead me anywhere without touching the ground either. Jump to this. Yeah, I won't count the ground here or here.
We offer 2 choices.
You give up the river?
Or we take the river.
Or you suffer before you die?
3 choices, then.
You dare threaten me? You bracket-faced parasite, I've no more claim here than the dung beetles.
You'd best heed the lady. We have you outnumbered.
Look around, old man. Your hired hands will flee at the first sign of trouble.
Aye, but the lady's temper alone could take on an army, and the swamp is no friend of yours.
Alright. Let's climb up here. Alright, so the game won't let me climb on this to get over that way. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground here to get to here. Alright, so if I do that, that jumps there, cool. Alright, so Aveline can't make that jump, so I can... Yeah. Alright, so we climb up here. The game won't let me. Alright, what if we climb up here? The game won't let me. Game won't let me. Alright. Oh my god. Didn't want to do that. Jesus Christ. Yep, gotta count that. Adrian, surrender it and die. That's pretty much the options that they give them. Not counting that. I did that before and it worked fine. touch the ground. Can touch the ground. Alright, can touch the ground. Alright, so let's climb up here. Deal with that dude. Alright, now I'm allowed to touch the ground here until I get to this. That's him. Alright, I can touch the ground here, and here, and here, and here, and here. There we go. Alright, let's try this part again. Alright, this time let's climb up this. Come on, game, I know you can have her climb this. There we go. Alright, I'm not going to count that actually because I can't go further on that. The game won't let me. Alright, so what I'm going to do in that case is take back that memory restart that happened before. Because it's a tree that doesn't allow me to traverse over it to get to that spot. Alright, so that means that instead of it being 5 memory restarts, I'll revert it back to just being 4. Alright, so let's keep going. So, allowed to touch the ground, allowed to touch the ground. Right, now we're on this step thing here.
Stop
right there. Detected.
She's there!
Alright. Allowed to touch the ground here and here. Controller? What the fuck? Alright. Aveline didn't touch the ground there. There was still a beam part.
Don't belong here, bastard.
Je n'ai rien vu, je n'ai rien vu.
Huh? I'm losing her.
Je n'ai rien vu, je n'ai rien vu.
Alright. Allowed to touch the ground. Climb up here. No need to not be detected. Jump over there. Jump across here and then across here. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground, allowed to touch the ground, allowed to touch the ground. We go to this step part. Alright, it's not going to let me get at that enemy. Oh. No, it won't let me. Won't let me free aim at the enemy. Can't swap sides to see where I'm aiming at. Oh, yes, I can. Oh, what? The reticle shouldn't be coming up then, letting me know that I can do it then, programmers. Alright, fine. Alright, the game forced my hand. So I'm allowed to touch the ground to kill that dude.
Who the hell are you?
A fine display of gratitude. I'm no enemy, if that's what you fear.
I fear nothing.
My name is Aveline. I seek the leader of these men. He calls himself François Macondal.
You seek him? To what end?
A final one.
Ah, then you are my kind of woman. Name's Roussillon. My partner in crime is Elise. Though, I've heard her called otherwise.
Will you help me find their base? No one knows these waters as you do. In return, I'll restore your control of this territory.
We've invested years of work in this camp. Why would we need your help?
4 reasons, right there.
Would you not prefer to move your wares freely?
If you think there's only one base, you really do need me. Those louts are spread out thin as swamp gas.
It's settled then. Elise will help you find the Blighters.
Blighters? Wrong Assassin's Creed game then. Just kidding. The word blight and blighters is not exclusive to Assassin's Creed Syndicate. Adrian, who the L are you? Yeah, the L. Alright, so the game has automatically put me on the ground. And we need to get to the next mission start. But I think what I'm going to do is only count during memories. Let's see if I can fit that in my challenge rule description. Oh yeah, still got some space. I don't have enough space to word it the way I want. Yeah, so I'll just update the rules so that it's only in memories. Alrighty then, so I've updated the challenge rules so that it's... Oh, why does it do that? It seems to take a little bit before it recognizes the change. Come on, Stream Elements. Come off it. I literally just edited it and changed it and saved it, and yet Stream Elements doesn't recognize the change in the command yet. There we go, now it does. So AC Liberation High Ground Challenge, in memories only.
Did you bring a canoe? Or do you expect your gentle breeding to keep you from the alligators? Best take one of mine then, and learn to use it right quick. Smugglers. Such an ugly word. Even slavers are called merchants. Why can't my title be Queen of the Bog? Protector of Innocence, paddling instructor, and champion of trade.
Too long to fit on a wanted poster. Tell me, when did your troubles with Macandal's men begin?
About the same time the Spanish governor arrived. Just a big old coincidence, I'm sure.
Yeah, Adrian, how about the Bog Witch?
This is as far as the water will take us. They set up their base around a wrecked ship that ran aground not far from here. The other base is a little further along. There.
I'll check out this base. You scout ahead.
Oui, oui, mon capitaine. Whoa!
Oops. Press the X and square button at the same time with my thumb.
Glad I didn't put money on that fight. Woulda lost, and barely a scratch on you. Now here's a pretty prize. An alligator egg. Take it.
Alright.
You've earned it.
So I'm allowed to touch the ground to get this.
Aveline. A woman among reptiles.
Takes one to know one.
Ouais, that it does. Right then. If you don't run the bastard through right here, I'll meet you at the next base.
Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground. Alright, now we're on tree branches. We're on the ship, not on the ground, so the challenge rules don't apply.
I'm losing sight of her! I will use your corpse as a warning to the others! You and your evil kind will suffer!
Adrian, she says, take one to know one. A woman or a reptile? I think reptile. Alright, so the game wants me to go and loot this chest, and we can only get to it by dropping onto the ground. So the challenge rules don't apply for this part. Come on, game. I'm pressing exactly what's required. You have to hold up your end of the bargain, which is to make the character do the animation.
My faithful acolyte, the day of the sacred ceremony draws near. I am in want of nothing but more men to join our ranks. Gather the faithful and await my word.
Alright, so we're not inside a memory, so I'm allowed to touch the ground.
Still in one piece, I see. What did you find?
A letter from the coward Macandal. He's preparing a ceremony.
Voodoo?
Yes, but to what end?
Power? What other end is there? Show him you've got the spirits at your back, especially the mean ones, and people do most anything you say. There's your real magic.
Alright, so we have to follow her. So the challenge rules don't apply.
It's that way, well hidden in the trees. Wait, I recognize those men. They're escaped slaves, hired from Saint-Danger.
The shantytown?
Oui, though it barely deserves the name. A cramped, miserable place.
The men I saw at your camp, they were from Saint-Danger?
Oui, Roussillon wasn't too happy when I hired them, but he got used to the idea. Please, you can't hurt them.
It goes without saying.
Best of luck then. Go, I'll be at the office if you need me.
Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground. Alright, now we're up on the tree part. Alright, the game wants me to go there. Allowed to touch the ground. Alright. I need to tail them. Alright, now we can assassinate him. Gotta count that.
Still in one piece, I see. What did you find?
Alright, allowed to touch the ground for this part.
It's that way. Well hidden in the trees. Wait.
Right.
I recognize those men.
They don't classify this
They're
as a
escaped slaves,
cutscene, so I can't
hired
skip
from
it.
Saint-Danger.
The shantytown?
That's right,
Oui.
Adrian, yeah.
Though it barely
Arlene
deserves the
Sorkin
name, a cramped,
passed away
miserable
recently.
place.
The men I saw at your camp, they were from Saint-Danger?
Oui. Roussillon wasn't too happy when I hired them, but he got used to the idea. Please, you can't hurt them.
It goes without saying.
Best of luck then. Go. I'll be at the office if you need me.
Allowed to touch the ground. Now I'm not. Allowed to touch the ground. Now I'm not. Oh my god, game. Jesus fucking Christ.
Still in one piece, I see. What did you find?
A letter from the...
Adrian, she was married to Christopher Lloyd, but not that Christopher Lloyd, some TV producer. I gotcha, yeah. I didn't realize that there was a producer called Christopher Lloyd.
It's that way. Well hidden in the trees. Wait. I recognize those men. They're escaped slaves, hired from Saint-Danger.
The shantytown?
Oui. Though it barely deserves the name, a cramped, miserable place.
The men I saw at your camp, they were from Saint-Danger?
Oui. Roussillon wasn't too happy when I hired them, but he got used to the idea. Please, you can't hurt them.
It goes without saying.
Best of luck then. Go. I'll be at the office if you need me.
Allowed to touch the ground, allowed to touch the ground, allowed. Now I'm not. Allowed to touch the ground, allowed to touch the ground. Now I'm not. Alright, so now I'm allowed to kill the Acolyte. This time, though, I'll use a silent weapon. Alright, so I've got to loot the chest now. Which means I'm allowed to touch the ground to loot the chest.
My faithful acolyte, preparations are complete. Our ceremony will take place on the eve of St. John. Assemble my followers.
Alright, the game's put me on the ground automatically. so I'm allowed to touch the ground. Now I'm not. I'm not counting the hill as ground. Alright, now we've got to stay off the ground. Not counting that. Alright, not counting that. That's a tree that the game doesn't let you fully traverse anyway. Not counting that. Not counting that. Not counting this. When there's nothing I can literally make it to that's off the ground, I don't count it. I'm not going to count that. Yep, I'm not going to count this until I get to the objective marker. This kind of challenge is too finicky for my tastes. I don't think I'll do it again in the future. There we go.
He has balls of steel. Et puis?
Where is Elise?
My company doesn't satisfy you? Oh, I am hurt. Pray, tell me what you found. I'm as good a confidant as the lady, I swear.
It's not a confidant I need, but an informant. Macandal is holding a ceremony on St. John's Eve tonight, but I don't know where.
I know who can help, and you can help me in return. There's a witch doctor in Saint-Anger, the eyes and ears of the Bayou. I sent Elise to him with supplies, but she forgot this. So hard to find honest criminal help these days. Give him this. With his trust, the secrets of the Bayou will be yours.
Thank you.
By the by, come back when you are done. I have a job or two that could use a woman of your caliber. And some work as well. Huh?
Adrian Lloyd has won 12 Primetime Emmy Awards for his work on Modern Family and Frasier. He holds the record for Primetime Emmy Awards as either a comedy or drama series producer. Ah, okay. Yeah, I haven't known much about him. Harbinger, whoops. I'll refund your points back for using that one. I forgot that I didn't take that off. Wrong redemption. It's all good. Alright, so I'll refund your points back for the accidental Redeem of Lara, rest in peace. Because we're not playing a Tomb Raider game. But at least now I know that that reward is active when it shouldn't be anymore. There we go. Okay, so thanks for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. The wrong redemption. The Arnold scene is almost always at the end, but thanks for the stream. Being alone at home and listening, watching. Yeah, well, I'm definitely not ending the stream yet, that's for sure. Okay, so I've got one. You're bleeding. Of course I'm bleeding. You fucking shot me. I just needed to find out. You found out, okay? Stop being such a pussy. Pussy, come on. It's just a scratch. That's from the movie End of Days. Alright, so we're not in a memory now, so the challenge rules don't apply. Would you imagine doing the AC3 Frontier stuff for that touch of the ground? Oh, that would be so insane. Yeah. Yeah, this is another challenge that I'll stick with it for the rest of the playthrough, obviously, but I won't be doing this again. It's just too intricate to keep track of bits, and also having to be like, I'm allowed to touch the ground, I'm allowed to touch the ground, I'm allowed to touch the ground. Now I'm not. Now I'm allowed to touch the ground. Having to keep repeating that so that viewers know which part of the ground is not part. It's just too much. So for the rest of this playthrough, it only applies during memories, not actually during traversal from one memory start to another. But yeah, I definitely won't be doing this with another game after this one's done. Hey there, Maxi. Happy weekend to you, dude. And also, happy birthday to you as well. Thank you so much for stopping in on your birthday. I hope you're having a great one. Hope you're enjoying it. Oh, that's no worries at all, dude. So what are your plans? And how are you going? As for me, I'm doing really well. I decided to do a high ground challenge with this game. And I've never done this type of challenge with any of the Assassin's Creed games before. So I figured it would be a good game to do it with because it's a relatively short game. But yeah, based on how it's been going, I probably wouldn't do this again. Not just with this game, but with any Assassin's Creed game, really. You thought you would chill on here on a chill day with a chill dude. Well, that's awesome, Maxi. Thank you so much for doing that. I really do appreciate it because, you know, obviously it's a special day for you, and I feel honored that you want to spend some of your birthday watching me stream. So thank you so much, dude. Aveline. Okay, there we go. Let's try this side. There we go. This one's a bit finicky to get inside of. Maxi, yeah, you want to spend the day with Twitch because work has been busy and you miss quite a few streams. That's totally understandable, dude, too. You know, to have work and other commitments too as well. Makes it hard to just, you know, be able to do other things, you know, as much as you did before and put as much time into them and that, but it's definitely all good. You know, it's good to see you in chat when you pop in. It doesn't matter if it's been like a short time or a long time. And it's the same with everyone as well. Like, never feel like if you don't catch any streams for a while that you're somehow not, you know, worthy as, you know, a supporter or anything like that. Even people who are lurking as well. Like, don't feel that if you're not lurking one of my streams on a day or whatever the case may be that you're any less appreciated. So definitely know what it's like. Can't always tune into everyone's stream and be there for hours on end and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Is there a shop here? I can't remember. Pay to rebuild, but what is this that we're rebuilding? Better check the map first before I spend the money. It's a dressing chamber. That's not what I'm after. Alright, so that's the tailor. Yeah, Maxi. Yeah, playing this on the PS5. Might grab that. Small cartridge pouch. And the small smoke bomb pouch. And the assassin's hood. Absolutely, Maxi, yeah. So this is the version that comes with the remaster of Assassin's Creed 3. I'd never played this game until that version came out. And when I first played it, I enjoyed it so much that I decided that it would be a game that I would do annually. So it's definitely enjoyable. It's also a good game to do because it's short as well. So if you want to, you know, fit in an Assassin's Creed playthrough in a short amount of time, it's a good candidate for that too. The NPCs when they go. It's like, don't pull a throat muscle or something by making that noise, NPC. Oh, you did, Maxi? Cool. Yeah, I think it's good. And I also like Aveline as a character too. I really wish that they didn't just say fuck you to the character after this game, like they have with so many other characters in the series. They're just like, oh, you like this character? Well, you'll never ever see them again. Ubisoft be like that with many characters. I was saying earlier that it's crazy how much stuff costs in this game. One smoke bomb costs 1,400. Let that sink in. One smoke bomb is 1,400 in this game. That's why when I said that the chests in this game giving you a lot of money might make you think that you can afford heaps of stuff, but then the game is like 1,000 for this. It's like, thank you. Max, you also enjoyed Syndicate a lot more after getting used to the combat, which is still not your favorite, but you enjoyed it a lot more than before. Oh, that's good too. Yeah, the combat in Syndicate, it's kind of... For me, I'm half and half on it. Like, half of me, you know, enjoys it, but the other half doesn't. Especially when you're trying to hit a certain character, like... You'll have 4 characters fighting you, you'll highlight one and move towards them, yet the character fights someone else in a different direction than what you move to. You know, that happens quite a lot in Syndicate. So that's one of the things that makes me not really enjoy the combat that much. But if you're looking for like a really robust, in-depth combat system, then Syndicate's not really that, because it's pretty, you know, basic kind of stuff. Not that there aren't any other games in the series that do have that, but it's also not a game that you would look for if you want an intricate combat system.
Elise! Aveline! Does Macondal still live?
He's holding a ceremony tonight. Venerable One, I bring supplies from Roussillon.
Thank you. This Macondal is a dark influence over the people of Sandanji. If you can stop him, I will help. Yes. His shadow emanates from the shore of Lake Pontchartrain. He has a poison in his possession, from which you will not recover if stung. I will give you the antidote, but it will not stop the poison, only limit its damage. Time is short. You must take this now.
I've had worse, I think. Thank you. We'll strike tonight. I'll disguise myself as a slave, so that I'm invisible to Macondal's followers.
I'll be ready when you are. St. John won't know what hit him.
Alright, so we need to change in the slave persona. Yeah, that's a good one. Maxi. Syndicate should be Assassin's Creed Street Fighter. When you go into combat mode, the music, someone should mod the music from Street Fighter to actually play. You did a test on YouTube and you found that you can use upscale 4K. So you stream 1440p native, but then use OBS to upscale to 4K, which is a less performance hit on your GPU than native 4K. So it looks like you can definitely play Mirage in 4K. Not as good as native 4K, but still better than 1440p. That's excellent that it worked out that way for you. That's the thing too, like some of these things you don't necessarily know if it's going to be good or not until you're able to actually test it. So that's great that that worked out that way. Alright, I'm allowed to touch the ground to renovate this. Alright, so I'm allowed to do this, jump to Aveline, jump to Elise. Maxi, yeah, you can't wait. You would stream it on Twitch, but AC Mirage deserves a better resolution to stream. Oh yeah. Yeah, that's definitely understandable too. You want to make things a certain way, you need to make sure that, you know, you're doing it on a format that actually really suits it as well. I'm sort of like not sure what I'm going to do with Mirage because I had seen that Ubisoft Plus is going to have it as part of their catalog when it comes out. But then I read that it might only be for Xbox Game Pass. Ubisoft Plus, not PS Plus, Ubisoft Plus. Which is a bit confusing because Ubisoft Plus is something that you get access to if you have Game Pass for Xbox and if you have PS Plus for PlayStation. But it seems weird that they would only allow it for Game Pass Ubisoft Plus, not PS Plus Ubisoft Plus. Because if it was, I was going to download it and play it off stream, and then if I ended up liking the game, I would then stream it. If I didn't end up liking the game, then I wouldn't. But if it turns out that it's not going to be available, I think what I might do is just watch someone play it all the way through. Hey there, Legolas, and thank you so much for leaving the lurk as well. Max, you've already pre-ordered it for PS5 and you got the collector's edition which comes with a figurine of Basim. You think that is his name? It is, Maxi, yeah. Yeah, Basim is his name. Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what that game's like. He's a great character. I'm glad that we're actually playing as him, but younger, you know, before the events of Valhalla.
How long have you been working with Roussillon?
Years.
Is he your... well...
Oh, God, no. No, don't get me wrong. I pluck my eye out for him. But I wouldn't bet the lech if he were the last man in Nouvelle-France.
How do you know him?
Roussillon saved my life once, long ago. I figured I owed him, so I helped him expand his business. The old devil showed me a few tricks too. Taught me his trade, if you will. Of course, I do all the work. Well, here it is. The realm of the dead. Homey, ain't it?
If you make good on your word.
Fear not, Signor. I was trained by...
I know only too well who your master was, Baptiste. Just remember where your loyalties lie.
I shall not fail you.
See that you don't.
My Faithful acolytes, stand ready. The time of our ritual is now.
Alright, so the game has put me on the ground. So I'm allowed to touch it. Now I'm off the ground. Alrighty then. Let's see. Need to determine something. Wonder how much leeway they give me with how far away I can get from the target before threatening to abort the memory or desync me. Alright, I want to jump over there. There we go. So that tree is of a type that I can climb a little bit of, but it doesn't let me climb it all the way to be able to climb up on those branches, which that one is a bit deceiving. Alright, so there's no way for me to get... because I was looking at getting over this way, traversing over there. Alright, so let's go back this way. Well, I would, but Elise is in the road, of course. Why wouldn't they put the character there? I'm not counting if I touch the ground. What the fuck? Yeah, Max is like, damn you, Elise. That was unexpected. Alright, so let's go over this way. Ryu, nice scream, but it needs a little more. Yeah, that's true. Alright, so. Don't think I can use that way. Alright, so there's no way for me to get close to the target from where I'm standing here without touching the ground. Alright, so there's nowhere for me to really climb except close to here. Yeah, so I'm not going to count touching the ground here.
I'll approach from the far side and create a distraction. Wait for it before you move.
Oui, oui, mon capitaine.
Oui, oui, mon capitaine. I love how Elise, Aveline says that to Elise when Elise said that earlier to her. Or said it to some other dude. To Rason. Right, assassinate the false Macandal. Right, there's nothing that I can really use to traverse to get there without touching the ground, so this is fine. I love Aveline's dance moves here. Just want to stop it for a moment to point out something very funny. So, when we deal with this dude, the first part of the fight is you have to survive being poisoned by him. And they've programmed it so you can literally just stand there and listen to him talk, and it'll be enough to get past the first part of the fight without needing to engage him in combat straight away.
Ah, your blowpipe. A beautiful weapon. One of the finest I ever made. I remember the day that coward Agate stole it. Fitting he should remain too spineless to face me. But I have captured his pawn. Now he will be forced from hiding.
How do you know Agate?
So he is here, as I suspected. Agate was my disciple once, if not for that thieving woman.
Who are you really? The true Macandal burned at the stake.
I see. You know your history. Very well. Francois Macandal was my mentor, and an assassin, but he failed. She betrayed us, and he died. I won't make that mistake before I carry out his life's destiny. The poison fails?
So yeah, you don't have to do anything to survive that part. You just stand there and listen to him talk. You don't have to engage him in combat or anything like that.
Swift? Nice. My treacherous brother has trained her well, but she will not interfere with our plans. Finish her! Then I will take care of you myself. The ceremony will go on. You cannot stop it. When I am done with you, I will destroy your mentor. By your hand, Agate betrays me one final time. Look at you where I know it well. The first time Agate betrayed me, it was for the woman, the thief. She wore one just like it.
Who was she? What was her name? What was her name?
Here is something they did not want you to know.
Alright, so for this citizen E, I'm allowed to touch the ground.
I will help you uncover the truth.
If Stoker thinks it can stick in a terminal and send in the name and you'll stop caring about the truth. I need to read this fast because it goes fast. Hope they're wrong, so I've hacked the truth back in, but you're going to have to work for it. Citizen E can be anywhere. When you see one chase it down, the truth will come out and extend the scene. If I have time, I may leave you some other clues too. Look for them. Erudito. Erudito is a hacking group.
The nobles of New Orleans shall perish by poison, and the slaves shall be avenged. My mentor's work will be complete.
And control of the river will fall to those who know what to do with it.
Then I will be inducted into the Templar Order.
As agreed, if you make good on your word.
Fear not, Signor. I was trained by...
I know only too well who your master was, Baptiste. Just remember where your loyalties lie.
I shall not fail you.
See that you don't.
My faithful acolytes, stand ready. The time of our ritual is now.
Alright, so Erudito is a hacking group, and Abstergo Entertainment has taken footage of Animus sessions that they've put people into, and they've extracted that footage, and they've cobbled together how they wanted things to be perceived by the quote-unquote player who was experiencing the Assassin's Creed Liberation product. And so those Citizen E's, when you actually kill them, that unlocks the truth of what happened in a certain cutscene. So that cutscene that we saw originally with Macandal in it, well, it's not him literally, he's the imposter for him. But anyway, that character and that conversation that he had was different to what we just saw, because what we just saw is actually the truth of what happened in real life in the memory of, Aveline, not what Abstergo edited to be, because they wanted to make sure that there were certain things not mentioned to the public. Adrian, curious, there are only 3 memory corridor scenes in this game. You know, the Animus loading screen after an assassination. Yeah, I don't really keep track of that stuff, so I didn't realize that there was only 3 of them, to be honest. Max, you tried to clip that. The clip manager wasn't playing nice. I absolutely hate when that happens, dude. I hate when you're trying to get the end of the clip to be specific to where you want it, because you might be waiting for a certain bit of audio to stop and have that be where you stop the clip. But sometimes the clip manager likes to prevent you from hearing the audio anymore and playing the scene even, so you can't do it, which is annoying because I like to get into the nitty-gritty of the edit. I like to edit the clip and make sure that I got the start right and the end right. But sometimes it doesn't let you do that because it prevents you from actually scrubbing through the part of the clip you want to see and all that type of stuff. Hey there, Viper. Welcome on in. Hope it's going good. Adrian, Erudito was pretty cool in AC3 multiplayer and Liberation, but the actual reveal of them in the comics was a little Was it? Yeah, I don't read the comics. You feel like they could have made some sort of link between Erudito and First Civ Consus, since Consus called himself the Erudite God. Yeah. I mean, that's the part of the AC series I don't have much knowledge on, is the comic books and the novels and stuff like that. I do have some, but it's only some that I've found out. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff that I don't know, because I just stick to playing the games. We're not inside a memory now, so I'm allowed to touch the ground. Adrian, the AC Unity novel was pretty decent. At least got to meet Hatham's sister in London. Yeah, that's good that they can do that in the books and stuff. The last Assassin's Creed book I read was The Secret Crusade. Right, but going well, you just had a thought. Imagine the Templars were putting in the memory of their ancestors, but when they die in real life. Yeah, now that would be trippy for them to experience. That would definitely make the Animus really dangerous to use. Glad to hear that you're going well, Viper. Adrian, but it really makes you wish Elise was the second playable character in Unity like Evie in Syndicate. Yeah, I mean, I think the game could have worked with that too. I still like how it ended up. But it definitely could work like that as well. Viper playing Texas Chainsaw Massacre with some friends. Oh, that's good, Viper. I hope you're all having a good time with it. Adrian, with Unity and Syndicate, it felt like they were like, okay, which pieces of Eden from the AC2 Truth have we not featured yet? Yeah, I mean, I don't mind that they do mine from that. It's a good idea to help keep creating connections and consistencies with the series.
Agate, I have done as you asked. The imposter is dead. He was working with De Ferrer.
What else have you learned?
Only that he would have forced you out of hiding.
Let us be thankful it did not come to that. If it had, our brotherhood... Well, let us not dwell. You have destroyed the Hornet's Nest in the Bayou. At least for now. De Ferrer will have his day.
The revelation that Agate knew her mother Jian, a fact he chose to keep from her, strained the relationship between mentor and mentee. With de Ferrer back in New Orleans, Aveline redoubles her efforts to protect its citizens. Adrian, you somehow accidentally switched the and at symbols on the keyboard. Oh, did you? That'd be so frustrating. So it's interesting that Agate was about to mention what the ramifications would be if his whereabouts were known, but he doesn't continue on. And it's kind of tricky with this game because of the fact that in the world of the game, this is an Abstergo entertainment product, which means they've actually edited things. The game only points out specific things as being edited by Abstergo for the purposes of this entertainment product that they've created. But it doesn't say that there isn't any other instances where it happened. But if you were to take it at face value and just be like, right, at the points in which the game points out that there's a truth to be revealed, that means that only those moments have been edited by Abstergo. But it still makes it a bit more difficult to comprehend all the other aspects of the story, because at the back of your mind you're wondering, yeah, but what if all the cutscenes in this game Abstergo have actually edited, you know, and all that kind of stuff. But if you just go by the fact that the moments in the game where it's pointed out that they're edited are the only moments where it's edited, then trying to understand why Agate is the way that he is, it creates a situation where the character of Agate is very, very confusing. And the thing about him, though, that I think is something consistent that you can actually keep track of, is he doesn't always tell Aveline the full story about stuff and keeps things from her. And I think that it's understandable, given that, for people playing the game to be like, I don't know about Agate, he seems like a bit of an idiot of a mentor, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And Aveline is someone that, you know, he shouldn't be this secretive with, especially for things that are important, but he doesn't like to actually go into detail about things. And so that little bit there where we saw where he was about to go into something about, you know, him being him being discovered and how that's a bad thing, what it would mean for the Brotherhood, never mind, you know, kind of thing. It makes you wonder what he was going to say. Adrian, it's got no Polish symbols now. Oh, sorry, it seems like it switched to UK keyboard from the standard Polish one. You got no Polish symbols now. Hopefully you can get it to what you want it to quickly and easily.
Elle devrait avoir honte.
Alright, so we're not inside a memory, so the challenge rules don't count, and in any case, the game has automatically put Aveline in the lady outfit, which means we can't climb anything anyway. So even if we were in a memory, the challenge rules wouldn't apply, because we can't climb in this outfit. Adrian, the classic, have you tried turning it off and on again? It's like, that's the thing, it's a bit of a like cliche thing to ask as like a troubleshooting thing, but it'd be surprising how many times that's actually the case with some things.
Señorita.
Bonsoir. I'm a friend of Captain Dominguez. Is he on board?
At this hour, El Capitan is at the tavern. Where else?
Thank you.
Alright, we're now in a memory, but we can't climb when Aveline's wearing this outfit. The challenge rules don't apply. This is one of my favourite bits of dialogue from this character, where he talks about transport paid.
Farewell and adieu to your fair Spanish ladies. Farewell and adieu to your ladies of Spain. Spain is the only thing I am. I am Carlos
Capitan,
Dominguez.
we meet again.
Do we? All three of you look familiar. But you're all welcome back to my cabin. I've manhood for...
I don't think...
Or we can consort right here!
What do you know about Rafael Joaquin de Ferrer?
I'm afraid he's not invited.
What's your business with him?
He pays for transport to and from New Orleans. That's all I do. Transport the things and get paid. Things, paid. Transport, paid. back and forth and back.
What is he doing? Why New Orleans?
I do not know. Senor de Ferrer is a very secretive man.
Thank you for your time, Capitan.
Alright, so we're in the lady outfit, so the game won't let us climb, so the challenge rules don't apply. Hey there, Beyonder. You should play this, never tried Liberation at all. How's Aveline as a character? I really like her as a character. She's someone who's living in a time period where not only is it obviously about slaves and all that kind of stuff, but also as a female character, she's living in a time where the idea of being a woman in a place where there's like businesses and all that kind of stuff is sort of like those things where it's like, oh yeah, women can't be in any prominent roles in a business except for like a secretary or like a someone who cooks or and only cleans and all that kind of stuff. So there's an interesting dynamic going on with Aveline as a character, and the fact that her stepmother and her father are actually essentially rich, and so she also has a bit of privilege that comes from that too. And so there's all these things going on, but she's quite an interesting character. She has an interesting sense of humor, and if you do the assassination contracts, there's actually a lot of really funny puns that she says. You wish you can parkour with this dress. Yeah, they don't let you, unfortunately. Oh shit, they have wanted posters, lol. Oh, she's an entrepreneur. Well, not necessarily. Like, she is the daughter of a guy who runs a business and all that. And she actually works as an assassin with Gerald, who is another character in this game. Speaking of puns, you wish Big Mouth Shay was on by default. Yeah. He always likes to say that he has his own luck, or he makes his own luck. Alright, so Aveline's father isn't very, well, he's pretty sick by this point.
Aveline, out and about as always.
But home to rest now, Papa.
Monsieur Blanc tells me you do a great service to my business. To our business. For it will be your husband someday.
Oh, Papa. You know I should sooner mind my own business than marry.
As stubborn as your mother, Jeanne. If only she could see you now.
But she can't.
No. But perhaps you are old enough now. It is not much. 1 page. But it is from her diary. You should have it.
Mama. Thank you, Papa.
Wrong cutscene. I'm jumping ahead of myself in the story. Later on, he's sick. Not in this cutscene. Beyond, just scaled back a bit. You're thinking of finishing Mafia, but maybe you should play this. Oh shit, you want to play this now, just because of that scene. Yeah, Mafia is a game that I would like to play at some point. Same with the, well, I don't know about 3. I've seen 3 being played, and 3 had a lot of bugs that made it look not appealing to play. But I would at least like to play the first 2. Beyond, you're just jumping ahead because your character can't jump with that dress. Definitive edition anyways. Yeah, I've never played the original Mafias.
Papa, you surprised me.
I dared not interrupt. Your music is breathtaking. I dare say you could stop a man's heart.
You flatter me too much, Papa. The credit belongs to my teacher. I am but an instrument of his will.
How blessed we are with a daughter who uses her talents in peace, not to riot in the streets of New Orleans. There is so much unrest since the arrival of the Spanish. Well, I don't want to keep you from your practice. I simply came with a message from Monsieur Blanc. At your leisure, he requests your assistance at the warehouse. Do take care when you go. The streets are not safe for a lady.
No need to worry, Papa.
I will try to restrain myself. I know your charm and grace will protect you like armor.
Beyond a Muff, the definitive looks good. Yeah. Amateur, you played through the whole series on hardest difficulty. I'm going to tell you anything about it you want to know. Oh, that's cool, Amateur, that you played it on the hardest difficulty. Yeah, I mean, it's one of those games where I will get to it eventually, so I don't really have many questions for story stuff and that kind of thing. But yeah, if I was to play it, it would be the definitive edition, not the original. You do Beyonder, yeah. Yeah, this came bundled with Assassin's Creed 3 Remastered.
Enchanté de vous revoir.
Torturers! Kidnappers!
We demand answers!
Unwashed scabs, go back to your swamps!
How many more will disappear?
Get back, or I'll give you a reason to protest!
Enough! The man is down. Don't abuse what little power you have.
All right, let me go!
Now, what's this all about?
People have been turning up missing. Or not turning up, rather. That's why we...
But you have proof the Spanish are behind it?
Kidnappings have increased since they got here.
Increased?
Life was never easy. Now, it's worse.
Rioting will only worsen your plight. You need evidence.
And how are we going to get that?
I don't know. Yet.
Some help you are.
Some help you are. If Aveline hadn't come along, you would have had your ass kicked. So I think a thank you for your help to Aveline would be definitely appropriate. Amateur, if you play the remake on classic mode, it controls just like the original. It can feel dated, but the game itself is beautiful. That's cool when they do that kind of stuff. Makes me think in the special editions of Secret of Monkey Island and Monkey Island 2, LeChuck's Revenge, how you can actually switch at any time to the original game's graphics. Beyond us, you just called him Little.
Salutations.
You can be an asshole if you want, and you can actually steal from the people who work in the warehouse.
Ah, Aveline. Good day. I have a surprise for you. What do you think? To the unknowing eye, an unassuming warehouse. But to our brotherhood, your new headquarters. Agati takes his office in the swamp, but we thought you might prefer this for your business dealings.
So this is where we learn about this game's version of like a mini game. This one is like you get cargo and you send it to different places and you get money for the delivery kind of thing.
From this desk you can manage, or better still, expand your family's trading empire.
Amateur just finished creating an image overlay avatar that's transparent and got some transition scenes. Oh, that's cool that you got that sorted. That's awesome, Amateur Tech. Hey there, Kenway. Welcome in, Neb. How's things going? Beyonder, I thought this is like your Monteregione or Ravensthorpe or like the Unity Cafe. Yeah, I mean you can come here to interact with this. I think there might be other spots in the game world where you can interact with the trade map. And this is also where you can go to change into different personas and stuff like that too. But the only way to make passive income is to do the trading in this game. That's great to hear, Kenway. Glad it's going good. As for me, things are going well. I'm having a good Sunday. And this challenge, so far, I've had to restart a few times. Not the whole game, though. But just the memories. So I've had 6 memory restarts. But I don't think I'd do this challenge again in the future because it's very, very finicky. Especially when it comes to explaining which parts aren't counted against me in the challenge rules and which aren't and all that kind of stuff, because there's so many moments where you might have a little bit of ground that you need to touch and all that kind of stuff. So I've made it that it's only in memories that I have to worry about the rules. Beyond, honestly, you wish the Cafe and Unity had more missions. You preferred that over the main story. Yeah, they only have a certain amount of missions for that. That's for sure. Can we? Oh no, this should be a difficult one. Yeah, it's difficult, but there's also a lot of points where there's no way you can get across without touching the ground, too. So it's a bit finicky for my taste, so I don't think I'll do this challenge with any game in the series ever again. After I finish this playthrough.
This room is all yours. And all of your guises are kept here. Over here, you have a private place to change your guise. And most importantly, your weapons and tools will be kept here. It is to your liking, then?
It's perfect.
In that case, I will leave you a quiet moment to familiarize yourself with everything. Aveline, I've, concocted a special instrument for you.
Parasol? I suppose I should thank you, but...
Allow me to, demonstrate. See? Elegant and deadly. Just like my lady.
Monsieur Blanc, you do know me so well.
Ah! Right. So, business. Do you recall our rival, Monsieur Boucher, who was twice caught watering his wine?
Up to his old tricks again?
Now he claims our coffee erodes the nerves. He has erected a stall in the market by the docks and distributes handbills to that effect. Sales are impacted, and we have enough trouble keeping money in the company as it is.
Say no more. I'll see to it that he ceases his slander.
Beyonder dude looks like that cross-dressing elf in Witcher 3. Oh yeah, I remember that character. Yeah, he was a tailor that you came across. Now you want to replay Witcher 3 as well? Yeah. That's a great game, that one. I like the DLC as well. And Gaunter Odin is such a great villain character as well. And I read that apparently there's certain moments in the main game story where you actually see him in the background. So now that I know that, the next time I play Witcher 3, I'm definitely going to be keeping an eye out for any appearances in the background of that character. Brutus, you just uninstalled Witcher 3 to make room for Starfield. Oh yeah, I imagine Starfield's going to be a big file size. Beyonder loved Gaunter, loved Regis, hate Dettlaff. Dettlaff can go to hell. Yeah, Gaunter provided info on Yennefer. Yeah, and that's something too that I like about replays is recognizing things that you didn't before, or now knowing the context behind certain things. When you experience them earlier in the story, they have more meaning than what they did originally.
Follow me.
The Grand Prix coffee produces hives about the face and causes fit men to walk with a limp. Avoid the primitive muck water. Drink fine East India tea, the elixir of gentlemen.
What's the meaning of this?
I don't know, ma'am. They pay me to say what I'm told. I can't even read, I swear.
Where is your employer?
At his warehouse, no doubt. Please don't hurt me.
Oh, that's okay, Beyonder. Thank you so much for lurking. Brutus, it's over 100 gigabytes. You uninstalled 5 games to make room for it. That is a lot of gigabytes for a game. Yeah.
Oh, bonjour.
The mini-game in this game for trading, it may seem like you're not really getting much profit back, but the more you do it, and the further you get into it, the more profit you can actually get from sending ships away. And if you want to actually buy every single item that's on offer in this game, including some items that are like, 25,000 each, then you're better off actually using that trade system to actually make a lot of money. Because while the chests that you find in this game give you a lot of money, like some give you anywhere up to 3,000, it does not mean that you could get all the treasure chests in the game and be able to afford every single item. Like if you wanted to buy all the items but also all the weapons, then you're probably going to need almost $800,000 or $900,000 or whatever the currency is in this game, in order to get everything.
You're dreaming,
Maybe something like that. I don't know exactly. I haven't counted it all up, but it definitely costs more than 100,000 in this game to buy everything. That's for sure.
Don't kill me! What do you want?
Stop slandering the Grand Prix's reputation. Close your deceptive booth, clean the market of your insipid handbills, and issue a public apology.
All right, I'll apologize. I swear.
What's this? Coffee? How are you feeling? A touch nervous? Itchy?
All right, look, I'm desperate. I can't keep my slaves from escaping. I lose money every day, and all my stock is in tea. If everyone starts drinking coffee, I'll be through.
Anyone who keeps slaves deserves to lose them. Next time, remember, far worse things can haunt a man than lost business.
All right, ma'am.
He's lucky he doesn't get killed. I like how he tries to justify what he's doing by saying, "Oh, I'll lose all my slaves."
He'll be no more trouble.
I'll say. He's going bankrupt, selling off his shops. Care to, expand your empire?
Now there's an idea. If I buy him out, I can pay his slaves a wage and set them on the path to freedom.
Certainly a more peaceful solution to your usual method of handling slavers. I'll keep a tally of properties available to buy, and make sure my informants keep an eye on opportunities. Look for them.
Thank you, Gerald.
Hello there, Levy. Ah, l'assassin qui parle français. And I completely butchered that. How's things going, Levy? Welcome on in. As for me, I'm doing good. Having a good Sunday, and this challenge, it's been tricky, but not very, like, I don't know. This is the second challenge that I've done recently with an Assassin's Creed game that I'm like, it's not that, like, it is challenging in a way, but it's not that, I don't know, exciting or anything. Just like the bomb challenge that I did with Revelations recently was a bit of a dud. But there's been some tricky parts, but it's very, very intricate as to which parts you can't touch the ground, for the challenge rules that is, versus where you have to touch the ground because there's not enough ground to cover by jumping on buildings, you know, all that kind of stuff. You're just getting ready for the day? Nice. Well, I hope you have a great Sunday, especially on the weekend. That sounds complicated. It really, really is. So much so that I made it a rule that it only applies during memories and not going from one memory start to another. That'll teach them. I've already had 6 memory restarts as well, due to certain things. But places like the Bayou are very tricky because there's a lot of areas where, yeah, there's trees and things you can jump to, but you can't always just jump from tree to tree. Sometimes you have to touch the ground to actually get to the next tree, you know?
Pardonnez-moi, mademoiselle.
Ah, bien bonjour.
Gerald, I'm hearing about disappearing slaves again. I thought we ended that with Gouverneur d'Abadie. But it happens again, and not only slaves now, but laborers, the poor. Where are they all going?
I'll set my informants on finding out.
No. I'll do it myself. They need help now.
May I suggest that you, start with Saint-Danger this time?
Yes. This is one case we won't solve at the garden party.
When you're ready to go, find me outside near the docks. I'll show you a faster way there.
Maybe the floor is lava sometimes. That's true. Sometimes it is. They're the actual rules of the challenge. But yeah, it's very intricate in the Bayou. Kenway, Gerald looks awfully French. Sounds a little French too. Well, I guess if he's French, then it makes sense that he would sound French, I guess. That's right, the assassin persona. Take a boat to the Bayou. Living next level logic. Yeah. Although I guess someone could be French and not have a French accent as well. Hey there, Stan. Welcome on in. Eva Green is French. That's good. I guess. I don't know. But yeah. Eva Green is French. Cool. Levy, technically you said you didn't rule out the possibility. You just said that it would make sense. Yeah, well that's fair enough too. Yeah. Stan, you mean she has no accent? Oh, I gotcha. Yeah, of course. Yeah. It's been a long time since I saw her in an interview outside of being in a movie. So I forgot that she doesn't have a French accent.
Oula! Aïe!
Oh non, mes dernières pièces!
Alright, so need to get on top of the building. Okay, is there something I can back check to? No. Alright. That works out well though. Jump up here. Climb up. Thank you, Aveline. I knew you could do it. technically water is not ground. So I'll jump into the water. Yeah, Beyonder. Yeah, they did this in conjunction with Ubisoft Montreal. Beyonder, they're basically Montreal with unfair boss fights but better execution. Yeah, that's an interesting way to separate two Ubisoft studios. But yeah, I've got no real sort of like... There's certain things with stuff that I don't really think of. Like, it'd be like saying, oh, did you know that this building in Assassin's Creed 3 has 2 doors, whereas this building in Assassin's Creed 4 only has 1? I'd be like, uh-huh. Not really something I think about. Then again, this was before Ubisoft Montreal became a disorganized mess. Some things just stand out to you. And that's totally fair too, yeah. Ubisoft Singapore does some of the best maps, but worst shit. Yeah, I mean, they're things that I can't really use as a... factor to whether or not some, like, a studio's doing well or not, kind of thing. Except with specifics, like Assassin's Creed. Sorry, what the fuck game?
Ah, Aveline. Simply come here when you need to travel out of town. The business will cover any expense.
The game was like, no, you have to be standing here. Beyonder, they should never be allowed to make a game. Ubisoft Quebec is all about gameplay and tech development. Ubisoft Montreal is all about framing. Sophia just follows up on whatever Montreal does. Yeah, I'd say that Quebec try to make the series different, but in the wrong way. You can still make things different in a good way versus a bad way. After taking care of her father's business troubles, Aveline sets out to uncover the truth behind the mysterious disappearances of slaves and vagrants. Alright, so we're not in a memory anymore. Beyond Quebec is literally running every internal stuff they have now. Yeah, they were given control over the franchise now. Levy, one might argue that gameplay isn't everything. That's true. Yep, there's definitely games that have great gameplay, but if the story is shit, I won't play it ever again. Or if I don't like the character or something. But then there's also games that have terrible gameplay, but it's not enough to make me hate the game because the story is so good. Beyond it, they developed a new AI which allows for better decision making. So what do you mean though? Like, decision making with dialogue choices in Assassin's Creed, or Montreal just gets the new toys like lighting and such? Well, I would probably argue that Ubisoft Montreal have done the better games in the series. The majority of them. That doesn't mean they make better games. Exactly. That's true. But yeah, I think Quebec gets too much credit for the series when Ubisoft Montreal is actually the one that put in the effort, and the results were the things that people, you know, like they did Assassin's Creed 1, Assassin's Creed 2, Brotherhood, Revelations, Assassin's Creed 3, Black Flag, Assassin's Creed Unity, Assassin's Creed Origins, Assassin's Creed Valhalla. Now obviously, not every game that a company does is going to be liked by everyone who plays it. So me mentioning Assassin's Creed Valhalla doesn't mean that if you think Assassin's Creed Valhalla is bad, that you shouldn't think it's bad simply because Ubisoft Montreal did it. But my point is, Ubisoft Montreal are more what Assassin's Creed, is in regards to Ubisoft than what Quebec is. If it wasn't for Montreal, we wouldn't have Assassin's Creed 1, which then means we wouldn't have, Assassin's Creed 2, which Assassin's Creed 1 has the unfortunate position of being overlooked. While it does get improvements made in 2, Assassin's Creed 1 still has a lot of merits about it. But it's very tricky for people to get into that game, especially if they've been playing the newer ones first and all that kind of stuff. Beyond old AI would have set a decision based on certain inputs, whereas the new AI would have based decisions on proximity and other dynamic element. Well, they did they really on gameplay front? Origins being your favorite, and you have to be honest, there is actually broken in varying difficulties. It has no means to cope. Yeah, I mean, this is the thing too, like, my technical knowledge of gameplay is very limited because I don't know about that stuff. So I sort of look at more things like the basics of things as well. And if you're very technically minded, I can understand looking at the nitty-gritty of every single game and being able to compare them, nuts and bolts to everything and all that kind of stuff. But something that I look at is, like, for example, if you look at the cinematic cutscenes in Assassin's Creed Origins versus Odyssey, Origins blows them out of the water. If you look at animations of characters during conversations, Odyssey started off this ridiculous thing to make the characters look robotic in their gestures and way of talking. Same with Valhalla, unfortunately. And the same with Mirage, unfortunately. And they can do better, because Origins... Because Odyssey and Valhalla run off the exact same engine that Origins does. And if Origins can make the characters not look robotic during cutscenes, then there's no excuse for why they do in Odyssey and Valhalla and Mirage as well. Like, the simple thing about, like, in real life, when someone turns their head to look in a different direction, or they're about to turn and do a 180 and walk away, they don't do this ridiculous head sway thing to turn around. If you're going to turn around, generally you just turn around. You don't sway your neck first and then turn around. That's something I noticed in some of the cutscenes with even like Mirage. Like, there's a bit where Basim turns to turn around and he sways his head as he does it. Almost like he's trying to do a whiplash with his head while he turns around, which it just... I don't know, it's just something off about it. Levy, in both instances, you still have to map out and write all decisions you as the player make, while maybe technically superior doesn't really matter from a storytelling perspective. Well, that's true too, as well, because they're two different sort of things, which require, different skills and stuff when you're, putting them together as well. Beyond, compared to the Quebec flavor being Odyssey, has far more considerations. It's designed to be stretched to accommodate different gameplays and various extrapolations. It's more of a prototype. Should have been for the next one, which Valhalla massively failed at. Of course, Origins was written by a movie writer. Why do you think it has the most developed main character? Singapore focuses on map. Montreal focuses on framing, which is really what defined the games, of course. Hence why it feels that way. All you're saying is that Quebec is focused on tech. Yeah, the thing is, though, like, the parkour systems that they have in Syndicate and Odyssey, and Origins, unfortunately, too, and Valhalla and Mirage, it's not as superior as it was in Unity, for example. Not that Unity is perfect, but there's more advancements in parkour in Unity than there is in Syndicate. Syndicate was when they started to, neuter the parkour. And so, instead of trying to fix and improve upon what Unity might have needed improving upon with the parkour. They just abandoned that and went backwards, which is not how you advance something. Levy, the point is, it doesn't matter if you allow for more choice and more complex systems. If the story doesn't live up to the technical advancements, you'd rather have 5 great choices with outcomes than have 25 mediocre ones. Doesn't sound like it, to be honest, but fair enough. Yeah, well, that's it too, you know. But yeah, we all have different aspects of games that we look at and that we want out of things, and all I ask for in an Assassin's Creed game in terms of like the parkour is to give us back manual jumping and give us back more freedom to actually do what we as the player want to do, and make it so that people who do want to learn the more advanced stuff can, without being essentially told fuck you, because we want to cater only to the people who just want those optional things not in there. You know what I mean? Like, you can play through these games without using the manual jump if you want, so I don't see the reason why you take it out. You know what I mean? It'd be as stupid as taking off the ability to add subtitles to a game or not. Not everyone needs subtitles, but you're not going to tell people who want subtitles, no, you're not allowed to have subtitles now because we have more people that don't like subtitles. You know, and things like this. But, you know, you can't do this in Assassin's Creed Syndicate or Origins or Odyssey or Valhalla or Mirage. You can't just jump on the spot. You know, you can't run and then jump to something like this and then jump off and back. You know, you can only climb stuff when you get near it. You can't jump to it. You know, there's various things that the manual jump does in terms of parkour fluidity that without it, you don't have parkour fluidity anymore. You have a system where it only works when someone moves the character close enough to them and all that kind of stuff. And you can do back ejects in the newer games, but you literally have to be so close to the ground anyway that there's no point in, you know, it's like they took away the ability for you to decide when you want to do a back eject and how far you want to jump and stuff. So it's all very much hand holding and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I need to play this game because some people watching are like, just get on with the story. I'll catch up with chat soon, but I need a break from talking.
What troubles you?
I'm investigating new reports of disappearances. Are you missing anyone?
It does seem that way. But so many rest here before moving on. It is not always apparent where or why a man has gone. Your friend, Elise, hires many people to work. She may know better.
Perhaps.
I feel a great change coming. You will face powerful foes. Please, take this. A new poison I have been testing. It makes the victim momentarily hysterical.
Thank you, Venerable One.
Alright, so we're inside a memory now. Alright, so the Bayou is tricky in trying not to go on the ground, because some spots of the Bayou don't really have complete and total tree traversal as the only way to get across something. Alright, so let's jump to Elise. There we go.
Aveline, old girl! Where you been? The swamp's not the same without you. The gators are getting uppity.
Oh, you know, business demands and piano recitals. How I've missed the Bayou air. It has the scent of action about it.
Among other things. Listen, I'm glad you're here. The other day I saw something and I said to myself, Elise, old girl, something's not right. Convoys loaded with the strangest cargo. People. Dozens of them.
Where were they headed?
I can't say. But I know where they came from. The fort.
Will you show me the place?
Thought you'd never ask. Meet me tomorrow. I'll mark your map.
Qui est cette femme?
Alright, so let's go back this way. Alright, so the game only lets me traverse on trees only until a certain spot in multiple directions. Alright, so we'll go this way. Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground here. And here. There's also some trees that you can actually traverse across for a little part of it, but then there's a part where it won't let you climb up it anymore. Alright, so on this doesn't count. Can't get up there. Alright, so ground doesn't count, doesn't count, doesn't count.
A carriage just passed. We can catch it at the bend. I'll race you.
Alright, so I'm allowed to touch the ground for a bit here. Which way Elise is going? Okay, so it doesn't matter about the optional objective. So the game's automatically put me here. So let's go up here.
I recognize these people. Some of them have worked for me. Crisfe! A word?
Elise! What are you doing here?
What does it look like? Rescuing you.
From what? Employment? Freedom?
Crisfe, these chains don't exactly say freedom to me.
Temporary discomforts. Too many workers escaped the last voyage without paying their fare. We'll be released once we reach the worksite.
These terms don't concern you.
Elise, everything in this life concerns me. But I can survive a little longer, till we get south to freedom.
I don't trust this. Crisfe, I promise we'll get to the bottom of this.
But...
We should investigate the fort while the time is ripe. With all the soldiers in town, there can't be many left.
Elise!
I like your thinking.
Good. I'll scout ahead. Find me at the bridge. And Crisfe? Keep out of trouble.
While we go stir some.
Right. Thanks.
Cool. So that's that one done. Alright, so we're not in a memory now, so I can jump on the ground at any point, anywhere, until we get to the next memory. Alright, so I'm going to catch up on the novel in chat. Beyond the Force, except Unity was broken. That's why new stuff needed to be developed. Well, the thing about the parkour and stuff in Unity is, as I said, it's not perfect, but you don't take away abilities that you can do in the parkour to fix those problems, which is the mistake that they made with Syndicate. Unity's targeting on parkour was what broke the navigation. Syndicate fixed that. Then Ubisoft wanted to do open world. So Syndicate fixed the navigation in parkour by taking away certain advanced movements and capabilities that Unity has. That's my argument. It's like, doesn't make sense. It's like if in a Mario game you said that they improved the jumping by having Mario only be able to jump once you reach the edge of a ledge, not a fraction before it. Beyond which created your favorite title, Origins, but it was broken when extrapolations, manual jump like wall ejects. Oh yeah, they removed that. Yeah, so you can only wall eject and side eject now in the games if you're close enough to not need to even do the eject anyway. You think that's because they streamlined active mode to be included with movement. Okay, well, you don't think wall ejects and manual jumps. It automatically goes towards the opposite direction. Yeah, so not every back eject is manual, but you can do manual back ejects. Be honest, probably because when you start something different, you don't want to go crazy with the features. You're interested in Mirage since Bordeaux had a pretty interesting take on Valhalla's stealth. Kenway, stealth in Valhalla exists. Beyond it, there's literally missions where you're not allowed to be detected. Kenway really forgot where was that. Yeah, they're probably some sections, I guess. Beyond, you want to make an AC game where the focus is just the cafe, similar to Unity, or like Montreal Journey AC2. Everything else is side quests, the story about the character, etc. Well, that's definitely fair enough as well. Hey there, Amateur Tech. Welcome. Yeah, I just put slow mode on chat temporarily. Beyond, like you're that guy who, despite Origins is your favorite, you would outright tell you it's broken too. For example, there is a mission where you have to escape Alexandria. Now, to play this in harder difficulties, it would mean that you have upgraded and did enough grinding to survive more than 2 arrow shots, which ruins the focus of Ubisoft Montreal, which is framing. Really their strongest suit. Everything in the touch feels more meaningful because of this. But to layer this requirement so that the game functions properly is just stupid. It means the game can't maintain its theme and dynamic in higher difficulties without breaking them, which means the game is broken, because it ruins the framing. which makes Origins a grinding game. Excuse me, you realize most of the things you say would seem jargon. Yeah. Well, I would argue that you can finish, like if you had someone start Origins and start Odyssey, and they simply just played the games without taking a break, and they did just the main story, the points at which where you need to grind for leveling, the person playing Origins would beat the person playing Odyssey. Yeah, well, things like difficulty and stuff, like, I can imagine that there's obviously different programming that has to go into the situations than it would on lower difficulties as well.
Now's our best chance. The highest-ranking man I've seen is a teniente. He's lightly protected, but the fort is so big, we'll need to be smart to find him.
I think we can handle that.
Oh, aye. One thing confuses me. What would the Spanish want with the people of Saint-Danger? Why them? Why now?
This isn't the first time I've detected irregular activity around the Spanish. When they were first taking over, I stumbled on a plot to control the gouverneur and divert slaves to some underground project.
And?
I thought I made sure it wouldn't happen again.
Let's go make doubly sure.
Alright, so the game has put us here in the memory on the ground. So I'm going to have to just treat this as not counting against the challenge rules.
Just gone.
Alright, so we're still on the ground, and we need to go and enter the fort.
Stop her!
Alright, now. Target lost. Yeah, so it doesn't allow you to get too far away from the target, so it won't let me actually climb up where I was going to climb up, even though that's where the target's going to end up going.
Stop her!
Because of where he's running to. Alright, so I'm going to have to make this part not count with the challenge rules. So this is the thing about a challenge like this. It's just it's too finicky and too intricate to like not only keep track of myself, but also to communicate to viewers as I'm going through what's actually not counted and what is. You've got all these variables that are working against you.
Stop her!
Alright, this works better.
I suppose interrogation's out of the question now.
There are quicker ways to get at the truth.
Does this mean we don't get aboard the workship?
Workship? Where is this workship bound?
Away from this wretched colony forever, that's all I know.
All right, everybody out! Come with me!
I'm going to die in this cesspool of a territory, aren't I?
Aveline, you'd better make yourself scarce before you incite any more gratitude. I'll escort these people back to Sans Danger.
Confident that Governor Ulloa is behind the disappearances in New Orleans, Aveline puts her plan in motion to lure him out of La Balise, which he seldom leaves. Alright, we're in a memory, so we're allowed to touch the ground. I mean, we're not in a memory, sorry. So we're allowed to touch the ground.
Aveline, you are unhappy? What did you find?
Too much and not enough. The Spanish are behind the kidnappings, but the kidnapped seem to look forward to their transit, to where I don't know. No one at the fort could tell me.
The directive must come straight from the top, from Gouverneur Ulloa. Is this why he hides in La Balise instead of coming to the city and leading like a proper leader? What is his true purpose here?
I don't know, but I intend to find out.
That will be difficult as long as he stays couched in La Balise.
I'll drive him out and make him answer.
Interrogation is not your usual style.
This is not a usual circumstance.
Good. Then let us gather our unusual circumstances to plan our attack. This Spanish gouverneur has placed so many restrictions on trade, even plantation owners are practically begging for an excuse to riot.
If I can infiltrate the crowd, I can create that excuse.
Alright, follow Gerald. Use distance to target. Alright, so this is the closest spot I can climb up something.